Fire away. Woo. The stardate is 60387.7. The Achilles has left in quite a hurry from Starbase Narendra to attend to a rather dangerous point of attack that supposedly the Iconians are coming from, as warned to them by the strange being known as Lyre. This same diversion also takes them away from the main push of the attack that is going into the Shackleton at present. However, it is with great confidence that the Achilles pushes itself as fast and as hard as it can to get to the dimensional gate and possibly save the galaxy once again. It has only been a day so far, so the first little journey has been rather routine, since the Achilles has been flying through relatively known space. But sooner rather than later, the crew of the Achilles will have to determine if they will take the most direct route, which takes them through the embattled stars of the Azlanite Tripolity, or take a more circular route but risk being at the dimensional gate too late. This is a 2-threat game so far. Hopefully that does not change.
Give me 5 minutes.
Give it 5 minutes. And we go to somewhere aboard the Achilles as it's warping across the stars. If I could find my music. Not the scary music. It's a classroom, for crying out loud. I mean, okay, some people don't like
the scary music.
So suddenly the Doom music starts playing.
You just gotta keep moving and keep shooting. Never stop.
Standing in front of the class of a variety of course, of children from across the ship. This isn't the only class aboard, but this is one of many. And today is one of many classes that the good Mr. Yolen teaches on behalf of, as many other teachers volunteer to teach the students more advanced materials. And Yolen is going over something with the children, and he says to them, now, a visual binary star is one for which the separation of the two stars can be seen with a telescope. The brighter star is the primary, and the fainter star is the secondary. He points at a screen, and a graphic shows up as it shows the visual of two glowing orbs seeming to rotate around each other. Visual binaries take a long time to orbit one another, in the area of hundreds or even thousands of years. Here, we have a spectroscopic binary, in which one of two stars cannot be seen separately, even with a telescope. They're very close together and move around each other very quickly, over a period of a few weeks or even a few days. However, they can be seen to be two separate stars by using a spectroscope, which is able to record the Doppler change in the color of the light sent out by the stars, moving quickly toward or away from the scanner. And there's a little beep from his podium. That's it for now for our class on stars today. So tomorrow I want you all to read up on the other type of binary stars and the formation of them. But before I go, any quick questions? So Tal, the Vulcan kid kind of looks up, and there's no logical question I have today. Of course. Jaden? We're gonna look in the triary stars? Well, yes, but we're gonna look at binary stars first. Mr. Daba in the back?
What about the quaternary stars?
That's actually a funny thing, and I'm actually planning on showing you the first discovered quaternary star system. It's like two binary systems, but together, but not. And some people kind of look at each other confused.
I
Like, what?
excited that worked because I have a con of 1, and I didn't think that was possible.
Oh. Hello, Ensign Ven. Say hello to Ensign Ven, everybody.
He's gone.
Of course he is. Well, he didn't show up, so someone else is going to be picked up. God damn it. Y'all did not curse. That was the GM. We're going to pick on...
What was that you said?
Aha! Ensign Ven was supposed to be here today. However, Commander Thralick's here today. Say hello to the commander, everybody.
Hello.
And a bunch of kids say, hello, Commander Thralick, and people mangling the Andorian a little bit because, well, they're not used to saying names other than their home language, so the Universal Translator only does so much.
Hello, children.
Yolan steps aside from the podium.
Quick question, GM.
Sure.
Am I just giving a talk?
Yeah, your
Like,
character's
what-
talking about something that, a little insight into, one, how smart the Starfleet officers are, but also two, this is more the advanced studies. The regular arithmetic and language studies are earlier in the day. This is kind of the midday, more exciting course.
Got it. All right.
Well, exciting quotation marks. These kids look like they're very bored, and there are some people who are excited that you're here, and others who are like, oh, this isn't the one I wanted to sit through, but they have to sit through all the advanced courses if they want to see theirs, so.
Mm-hmm. All right, kids, I'm here to talk to you about historical Andorian military tactics from the galactic 17th century to the 22nd. First off, does anybody know when the first Andorian starships were fielded?
Sometime after the first Vulcan wins.
You get a lot of blank looks, and some of the Vulcans kind of look over at Daba like,
It's a good guess.
All right then, to the class, when was the first Vulcan warp starship launched?
one of the Vulcan kids, actually, they generate momentum. It was diff 1, so he generates a momentum.
He's been waiting for this his whole life. He's about to share so much knowledge about Vulcan space travel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Satel raises her hand and his hand, sorry, and answers the question. And actually starts to go on a bit extra. This is one of those things where a child, she must have like really studied this one particular bit of history before even coming to class, and now this is their chance, and they're just going on and on and on.
Very good. Very good.
Satal keeps going, starts talking about the type of power system they're using, and the reasoning and rationale behind using that power system, and how in previous years, you're gonna have to do a presence roll to get him to stop. He hasn't really clued in. You're trying to get him to stop.
Gotcha.
Presence command difficulty 1 because kid.
Mm-hmm. Focus and guidance.
Yeah. Like I'm
All
trying to. Because you're trying not to just shout the kid down. Like, you answered, thank you.
Yep. I'll spend that momentum back. Sure, why not? Great momentum spend. Great momentum spend there.
Well, you gained 2, but you do have a comp on the floor.
I'll squash it.
Okay. You're able to gently get Satal to stop.
So, all right. Then, 219 years after that launch was the Andorian Exploration Front's first launch. This was before the time of the unified empire.
As you're
So-
lecturing, Yolan kind of gives you a thumbs up as it's like making sure that you're okay, and then he kind of he
Yeah.
goes to the back.
I'll nod ever so slightly over to him. This was before the time of unification, so most of the records from this particular era are lost. And while these ships were by no means advanced, they did manage to reach several adjoining star systems and set up one notable colony before contact was made with the Vulcan High Command. That contact didn't go well.
Henny raised
And-
her hand.
Yes?
Why?
Thralik takes a deep breath.
Everyone looks at you intently. Well, except for Malakbat there. He looks like he's very studiously looking at his pad. Daba, you can Tabin, you can see that Malik's playing some sort of game on his tablet. He's not paying attention at all. This is not the class he wanted to sit through.
The Vulcans felt at the time that Andorian culture and our proclivity towards wearing our emotions openly was a cause of great danger.
Kuva raises their hand.
Go ahead.
But aren't emotions dangerous, Commander?
Frolic looks like about to snap off a response. Stops.
You can see a minor look of panic on you, like, oh crap. No, Thorlock's fine, I'm gonna stay back here.
I understand that for Vulcans, the emotional drives that are experienced before Kolinar can be incredibly powerful and quite taxing. However, what the Vulcan Command failed to realize at that point in time was that not all species have that particular struggle. Kind of look to see if that's...
Kuva, says the Bajoran Amal. And Kuva just kind of gives them a glare, but, Vulcan kid. But kind of a glare because they're a little young. They haven't quite hammered down the whole emotionalist thing.
Tabin raises his hand.
Little Bajoran boy in the back.
Yes?
Our books have mentions of important moons and trade lanes and expansion routes. None of that mattered. It was all just y'all experience a little too much happiness and anger.
There are... Frolic will nod and actually smile slightly. There are a lot of factors that led into it. The inability of trust, chief among them, that was an issue on both sides. Contested territory can be disputed in a much more civil manner if all parties can trust each other. It's a good question.
Tabin, you can give me presence plus command or con, difficulty of 1 to see how much, because you asked a pretty spot question, and that may kind of help the class calm down a bit. And Tharlax needs to be paying attention, so, and isn't snapping at anybody, which, there's always those, well, you did your best, but, you are a kid. You have years ahead of you. Malik next to you kind of snickers. But it has nothing to do with you. He's just paying attention to his game. Something very funny happened on it.
Some few years later, the unification of Andoria finished, and records are much more complete following that time. But in this age, we do have to depend on Vulcan accounts of that stage of Andorian expansion, as they are much more complete.
Give me present security difficulty 2 for Thralic as Thralic continues to teach the course and is teaching them about that particular time period and the intricacies of it. But it's a little harder because you are trying to you're trying to give a good overview of the material, but you're also understanding the audience isn't Starfleet cadets, it's kids.
Yes.
Right?
I'm giving an overview of the material so that I can leap into the specifics too.
Yeah.
Like, focus in military history?
Yep.
Alright. Why did I have comp 3?
I have no idea.
Yeah, sure, I'll just roll this straight. There we go.
Yeah.
Cool.
Tabin, just for this episode, you temporarily have the military history focus. He's got a really engaging class. I mean, Yolan's class was fine, but he gets a little, he's a bit dry, and he gets a little overexcited. But Thralic really was able to communicate very, very intricate, and able to answer everyone's questions.
We'll have to, get together later and, I don't know, form a phalanx or something.
Hey, we're in the right formation for it. Yeah. We don't have shields. We can replicate shields, and classroom kind of has their recesses. Everyone's starting to file out and talking about phalanxes now. You were saying?
Yeah, as we get into the hallway, seeing Ben, seeing an opportunity, and now having an understanding of tactics and military history, I kind of start talking to the other kids, and I was talking about how, if we do the wedge like Thralic described, we can get Finn, and we can tickle him. And how funny would that be?
Presence plus command difficulty 2.
I'm gonna give you a 3 threat on this one because I want to succeed.
Hi, Ben.
Yeah.
You're about to be tickled, I think.
Into the breach.
Oh no.
Army of children.
It's Advent. You're just heading off to the lab, and then all of a sudden, charge! A bunch of kids are charging at you, and 4 kids are stepping out. They were kind of late because they were talking about something. Like, huh? What's going on? Oh, they're attacking an ensign. Infla's just busy drawing because she's happy where she is right now. Ven, you're under attack by children.
Oh dear. He doesn't know what he's doing. Like what? Why? Geez. I exactly, like I can't kick them. I'm like.
You can.
How many 15-year-old kids do you think you can take?
I mean, yes, you can. It's in the rules. You're allowed to do it.
Not how rules work.
It's just a question if it will be a repting afterwards.
I mean, a court-martial more
It's
like.
children.
Nope. I'm going to tactical retreat.
Oh, you can make it fitness con opposed to their daring security. Taben, you have extra 3 dice because you are now benefiting from squat tactics. Hey, we learned that today.
Yeah.
You can also
hey,
buy
I
extra
taught-
dice if you want.
I hate you so
Not-
much.
Not because the stats are better, but just for the reason of what we're doing. Can I argue for daring command because I'm leading the other children?
Sure.
I mean, can he buy more dice if you've just given him 5 total?
I'm
Yes,
not
because
gonna.
they count as
Assist.
assist dice, not buying dice with threat.
I don't need to
Oh.
buy my dice.
You
Yeah,
know
plus
what?
3 assist
Because this
dice.
is just
Also,
gonna be
we should
funny.
have we should have 1 momentum on the table from the last roll.
Oh, my bad. There should be 1 moment.
I will spend it.
Focus military history.
Sure.
I gave him that.
3 hits. Versus your fitness plus con as you're trying to run away.
We
God.
dine in Stovecore.
Oh wow!
Oh, hey,
Oh.
that's Starfleet training.
We do dine. We do dine in Stovecore tonight.
And the ensign flees from the children. Don't worry, they'll chase you for a while and get bored.
I headed to the back of the room to like discuss something with Yolan. Heard the commotion outside, and by the time I see anything, it's way too late.
I think that went well. Smash cut to like Ven being chased around the ship by
Yeah.
Don't worry, Thralic. Those
an
brave
army of
children that were
children.
there will remember.
Mhm.
the stories shall be passed down. Oh, Jesus.
Well, Commander, I think that went well.
Yeah, I can't say I've done much lecturing before, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah, but I've been trying to get more people to talk to them, and all the kids want to talk to the Starfleet officers, the bridge officers, and that sort of thing. I was hoping to get Ensign Ven today, but he got kind of busy. Some sort of technical issue he had to deal with. But
No. I'll see if I can free up his schedule. I'm sure they'd enjoy the perspective of a student who's almost done with their education.
They grow up so fast, don't they? Those cadets.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that we'll be graduating our cadet contingent soon.
Hmm. This is their last mission assignment before they have to check in with Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe they'll be shipping back to the academy for formal ceremonies.
Does that mean
that's
the Achilles is
procedure.
going back to Earth, or because I know I've been
Unlikely.
hearing things are really?
It's
I've heard
possible.
rumors, but
It's possible. I don't know. I don't think the Admiral will want us that far outside of the operating theater, though. But, it would be nice to get back to the core systems at some point.
You're being bapped on the arm with a pad.
Yes. Kind of look down.
She sticks out a pad at you.
I will look at her take the pad.
Gain more momentum. It's actually a really nice drawing of you. And actually, as you touch it, just your hand just happens to rest in a certain way. You notice you accidentally you activate the bit where you would turn a 3D model, and you can see it. She actually modeled your head in holographics by hand.
I'll kneel down to be like at eye level, and this is really good.
She
Thank you.
smiles. She holds out her hands.
Put it back.
She looks at you confused as you try to push the pad into her hands, and she pushes the pad back to you.
Okay.
She makes grabby motions toward your head. Now, Miss Bayet, you can't be touching Andorian antennae. It hurts. So, if the commander wants, you can, but remember, you have to be gentle. She nods, makes grabby hands at you again. You don't have to, by the way, Commander. Just
Say,
she really likes Andorians. I yet to figure out why. He makes motions like, I mean, nothing. Never mind.
I'll just say, that's a thing that would feel kind of like someone touching your eye. Okay.
She points a finger. She gets one finger. She studies that one pointer finger. The pointer finger very slowly starts heading toward her face.
No.
Well, that's a
pats herself
radical
up.
exercise in empathy.
She touches herself on the nose, then frowns. She kind of stares at her finger, and it's like she's trying really hard to get her finger to go toward herself, and then she's like, she frowns and shakes her head, and she pats you on the arm, and then walks off. Do.
I'll stand back up and glance over at Yolan. Look slightly bemused. Look down at the pad again, realize I still have it.
Don't worry, it's saved in the school computer. He'll be fine. She'll get it back
Okay.
later. She knows that. That one's for you, I guess. Although I don't think she understands that you could just pull it from the school computer too. But the gesture is what counts, right?
Yeah. It's really well done.
She's really interested in holographics. I'm
Budding
actually
artist,
hoping to
I
get
guess.
Arlen in today to talk about hollow emitter fields and such. Though it's not his specialty or anything, but
He should know enough to be able to teach some kids, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't agreed to it yet.
Well, I mean, we're still talking about the big family meal thing, which you are totally going to, right?
Of
You
course.
are going.
Of course.
Of course you are. Good. He smiles super wide. And he continues to bend your ear about his marital life with Arlen. Nothing complaining, just he's just talking, and it's like, and there's a moment of like, I kind of need to go. It's okay. You have one more story? Okay.
Yeah, like,
Then
I mean, I'm assuming Throllick's on off duty right now and everything, so.
I mean, yeah,
I'll
but
stick
you
around for a
probably
bit.
have other things. Yeah, it's like you probably have other things you want to do with your leave, which Yolan is not entirely cognizant of at the moment. He's too busy talking about Arlen.
No.
Yolan and I get along well enough.
And then we
Have a
cut
nice
to a far sadder place, the medical bay.
Oh no. Well, sometimes the medic bay can be happy. Sometimes. Wait, we don't still have that guy in stasis, do we?
No, he's been rescued by now.
Okay.
Commander Pen. The hell?
It's been a while since you've been on this page.
Like years.
Wow. Step into the medical bay, such as it is.
Specialist?
Captain, how can I help you today?
I'm seeing if everything's scheduled for later on.
Actually, I can get you in right now, or we could do it later today. It's up to you, sir. I got the urgent order. Dr. Koval is going to be supervising since I'm the since the complexity of the surgery does require more than one surgeon on the case. But I believe I'll be bringing Cadet Kobuk to assist with this as well. If possible, I would like to requisition, and normally I put the paperwork through, but you're here, sir. So, if you could free up either Ensign Ven or Ensign Drebin to assist. Because we're going to be dealing with some of the programming of. We might have to counter program the nanites that are in you right now. But it depends on you. If you want to do it right now, we can do it right now. But if you want to do it later, I can fit in later. I've made sure to be free.
Probably best if we schedule it for later. Reach out to either of the ensigns, see which one's available.
Well, that's just it, sir. If I reach out to them, I have to put in a requisition form to the department head, which is Drebin still. But if I ask you and you tell them to come, then there's no paperwork. They just show up.
Which one would you prefer?
I prefer they just show up, sir. I dislike paperwork.
Penn just taps on his commons, comes up to Draben.
Go ahead, Captain. It's Drebin here.
Either yourself or Ensign Ven will be required for a surgery later on. Pick one and get in contact with Specialist Dabber, please.
Aye, sir.
It just cuts to comms.
Thank you, Captain, says Rexa.
I've actually come here to offer you some materials that may assist before the multiple operations later. Would it have been possible to create a pad with Penn's knowledge of nanites and how they would act?
Give me presence or reason plus engineering difficulty up 2. The ship would help because I imagine you'd consult the computer to how to word it in a way that's helpful. So computers plus engineering.
Yeah, probably no reason. Well, mental imaging will give me a reroll because, haha, reason. Trait of nanite tactics, or is this just making it possible?
Brings down the diff by 1. Diff 1.
Focus in strategy and tactics? Probably not.
No.
Composure?
No.
Lead by example.
Add complication. I could see that.
Sure. I'll just take the hit.
Okay, so advantage report on nanite from Captain Penn. So that'll make their surgery a lot easier because you give them a summary of how nanites work and how these type of nanites likely work. Like your character kind of probably caught on fairly quickly when they started describing it to you. It's like, oh, I get Penn. You totally got it. You're like, oh, okay, it's like this, it's like that. Okay.
So yeah, I'll hand pad over. Unfortunately, nanites have a habit of not wanting to play nice, especially when someone starts messing with them. This should cover most of the ways they may try to interfere.
All right, sir. Well, given this, what I might suggest is 2 things. One, that you take along a neural suppressor, and we can calibrate it for your nanites, so we can get well, not a suppressor, more of a monitor, but with an emergency suppressing unit in it, so that if you have an episode, you can have it can kind of dampen the effect, and it alerts us that you're in distress, and we'll immediately beam you or grab you. Well, we'll likely not beam you. We'll probably have someone just haul you here, just so we don't want to complicate the issues. Or also, I should say, we can do that. I also suggest I take a blood draw now, and then I can examine your blood at present, and I'll put it through the hemo scanner over there, and we can see if we catch a nanite or 2 by chance. If we do, great. But if we don't, well, we'll at least have an idea of how your blood's looking.
By all means, take a sample and I'll take a monitor with me. I do have things I need to do before the surgery, but yeah, won't harm having a monitor.
She opens up a drawer and kind of presses some keys, pulls something out, takes out this round disc-looking thing, but the palm inside the palm of her hand, starts tinkering at it for a second. You hear it chirping and beeping at her. She's reprogramming it a little bit, and just put that right below your ear, on your left or right side, your choice.
Okay, and I'll place it just behind his ear.
And you feel it kind of clamp on, a slight pinching feeling, and then it kind of goes away, and you can hear a soft hum next to your ear.
And do you want the blood sample?
Yep. All right, Captain. Just roll up your sleeve, stick it right there. Takes out a hypospray and waits.
I'll roll up a sleeve and take as much as you need.
And jab. You can feel her kind of jab rather forcefully. And then she goes, "Oh, sorry, Captain." Hyposprays.
I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm used to needles still, but there we go. That should be good, sir. And actually, did she do a good job? Someone will have to roll for Diaba because she did a control plus medicine roll, difficulty of 1.
Oh shit, I forgot to roll for the ship.
You did.
1 second.
Come on, Chip, give me a complication. Aw. Chip totally biffed it.
So who wants to roll for my destroyer?
I'll just try to get 2. No one, apparently.
Sure, I'll do it.
So. Don't worry, if you fail, you're only killing me.
Right, got it.
Roll
Low stakes
comp.
roll then.
Oh. What was that?
So it's a pretty low stakes roll then.
Yeah, the commander's here. They can just take over.
Mm-hmm. Let's see where specialist type on this list. There we go. And it's control medicine, you said?
Yeah.
Xenobiology or medical technology focuses, maybe?
What was the second one, sorry?
Medical technology?
Yes.
Cool. Spend 1 momentum for cautious.
Okay.
Reroll that 19. There we go.
Oh, control's better than daring at that, so it's okay. Yeah. So Deba kind of takes another jab at it, as it were, but it's a lot gentler instead of the slap that she gave you. She's like, "Wait a minute, let me do that again."
Well, having 2 samples is better than 1. Is there anything else you require before I head off to get some things set up?
Just a warning to you. You are going to hear you likely hear a humming right now. That's the suppressor field that's on standby. And don't take that off until you come back for your surgery. Or if you hear it suddenly shut off, please call medical bay, and we can get someone to replace it for you. But we need to keep that there, otherwise it's not safe for you to be wandering around and then have an episode occur.
Do I need to shave off my lovely hair, or can I keep it?
A full cranial net would be radical, but I don't think we're at that stage yet, so wouldn't worry about it too much, Cap. You'll be fine.
Okay.
The whole meta day is going to be behind you.
I'll take your word on that as he starts to leave.
And then 15 threat. No, I'm just kidding. Immediately nuke you. But yeah, no. Yeah, so basically, anytime you're doing something where it involves hearing, like insight security or something like that, you'll be at increased complication because there's a persistent hum that's right next to your ear. It's not deafening, but it's enough to distract you or throw you off. But beyond that, it doesn't do anything else because that's why she was tuning it to make sure it didn't just deafen you the whole time, or you weren't just being jolted every 5 seconds.
That's fair. But yeah, I'll probably get some things set up because Pen's a bit of a pragmatic and it's best to set things up in case things go wrong.
Go up to... Yes. What was it the first time? We go up to the briefing deck just below the bridge. There is a meeting that can be summoned, but they're kind of waiting on you to call them in because you kind of, instead of your normal morning meeting, you kind of said I'll call the next meeting because you weren't sure if you had to do surgery like right away or if you could if there was a way to do it later. So now that you know, now you have time to do some prep before you actually call the meeting.
Yeah, I'll head into the quarters or whatever, and I was actually going to call Thralic because I'm going to have her take the meeting.
All right.
Oh, you're having Thralic hold the meeting for you?
Yeah, but I'm going to have a briefing with her first.
Yep. Oh, you get called up to the briefing deck there, Thralic. Pries you away from Yolan, unfortunately, or fortunately, depends how you look at it.
Yeah. Captain?
Commander, as you know, I'm going to be indisposed at a certain time, so I'm going to have you take control of the ship until that's dealt with.
Understood, sir.
But before that happens, considering where our mission is taking us, I am going to give you some information and tactics with Supergate technology. I want you to start implementing that from today onwards, and from the meeting you'll be leading.
Understood, sir.
So yeah, I'm going to try and create a briefing for her of what Penn knows of Supergates.
Present security difficulty 2. Throlic can assist with insight security because you're kind of following along and making some leaps of logic that will help cut some of the time down.
Gateway travel tactics.
Making this possible, you actually have something. You have a way to give this advantage. Normally, this would be impossible.
Fair. Focus in strategy and tactics.
Yes.
And I'll give you a threat for a reroll.
All right, and I'll roll my assist here. Also using strategy and tactics, I guess.
Yep.
Cool. And let's see. Maximized efficiency causes us to gain a bonus momentum.
Also, there's a floating momentum out there.
Yep. Specifically, it causes Penn to gain a floating momentum.
Yep. So yeah, you're able to. Penn gives you a rather informative briefing on gateway, dimensional gateways, and the tactics around such gateways, which is something that was gleaned from the Shiri, I believe.
It was, yes.
Cool. What do I need as a primer to actually? No, I'm assuming that was last episode, which I wasn't here for.
So actually, Pen, feel free to brief Thralic on what the mission even is.
Yeah.
So the mission is, do you remember Lyra, the being?
Yep.
So they appeared when I was talking to Oda, and informed us that on the other end of the Shackleton Expanse, that an Iconian supergate was active or about to be active, and that his suggestion was the Achilles was the best option in dealing with it. So that
Okay.
is our current destination and objective.
And does deal with it mean? What does that mean?
Well, either we stop it or we die, send a message to the Aldemona migrant fleet, and they deal with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that's specifically why I'm getting this, like, form of tactic to you, so you can implement it yourself from this meeting onwards.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
And I can hear you, thank God.
Very good.
I had to switch
All
away
right,
from-
Captain.
That sucked.
So, obviously, the supergate is of vital importance to be neutralized.
Yeah. There are different ways to try and deal with the problem. We won't know exactly what way to approach until we get there and see it. But there should be hints in here for a general idea or secondary or tertiary plans. I think it's important for us, while we have time, for the ship and the crew to start the process of learning those.
Agreed. I'll distribute this to senior staff.
For that bonus and the one on the table, I'll make that a standing advantage for the entire crew. I'll presume that Thralic basically types up what you said verbally, and she'll assemble it in a way that can be shared easily.
Sounds good.
I'm assembling a briefing, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apart from a couple of things before surgery, is there anything you wish to ask or discuss before I get to it?
Thralic, give me insight command difficulty 2 on that exact question. There's something in particular that probably should be brought up.
All right. Do I have an applicable focus?
Clicky. Thank you. Your choice of military history, strategy and tactics, or team dynamics. That will color my answer.
How about all the above?
You have to choose one.
I think you can do that. I'll go for strategy and tactics here. I think that's the mindset that Thralick's in right now.
Okay.
And then, yep. But, what was the difficulty on that again?
2.
Cool. I'll spend 1 momentum then for a third die. Also, does Hoplite Commander here as a trait help?
Yes, diff 1.
Cool. Hey, good.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Sir, given the incredible level of risk for this mission, I would suggest that we attempt to offload civilian personnel via an indirect method. Perhaps through the Chusca province of the Cleon Empire, or a neutral system along the route. I understand the need for stealth on this mission, but there's a very good chance the Achilles isn't coming back from this.
Well, less stealth and more speed. But, yes, I do agree if we can get as many civilians or even Starfleet officers who do not feel comfortable going on this mission, and if we can drop them off at the Shoshku province, that's probably our best option.
Alright. I'll coordinate with Khan and relevant department heads. Try to assemble quick lists of evac, get everything done as quietly and quickly as possible, with a minimal divergence to our flight plan.
Understood. Thank you, Commander.
Yes, sir.
I'll leave the ship in your capable hands.
It'll be here when you get back, sir.
Fingers crossed.
Trolloc will make a very, military nod and, step back to attention.
Dismissed.
Yes, sir. And I'm just going out into the conference room to begin my preparations for a briefing now.
Okay.
Probably not going to take too long, but then once I've gotten the relevant materials assembled for the department heads, I'll call a senior staff meeting.
And everyone is summoned to the meeting. Oops. Helps if I put you on the token layer. That would be helpful. For the love of... There. Ah, no, I just brought the sheet.
Actually, a quick question. Is there a representative of the non-Starfleet contingent on board who I can
Yes, there
talk to? Cool.
You can summon your Alcaran observer if you want.
Yeah, I think I might do that too.
Okay. Oh, you mean of the civilian contingent is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is there someone who's...
The XO is usually the
Gotcha.
voice of the crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, people...
Sometimes there's someone who acts as an unofficial mouthpiece, I figure, but...
unless you've assigned that to one of your existing senior staff, it defaults to the XO.
Gotcha.
You can totally offload it to someone else, make it someone else's problem. You have to deal with it.
Oh, no. If that's generally my job, then that's been my job.
Oh, you could, if you want to, you could step into a transporter and then have two of you, and then one of you could advocate for the civilians.
And the other one could take a strict militarist stance and be like,
Mhm,
no, we have to get there as quickly as possible. Just argue back and forth.
There are definitely books upon books of Federation labor law that have to deal with cloning. intentional cloning.
Well, intentional cloning would be illegal, right?
Accidental intentional cloning, I guess.
Cloning is fine. It's just when you start messing with when you start genetically enhancing, you get in trouble.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, people just kind of don't do it, I guess.
Yeah. It's risky is why. because it's one of those. If you screw it, you might, it's dangerous. It's dangerous as any other creation of life process.
Yeah, everyone in the Federation has seen a zombie movie before, and they know messing with cloning doesn't always end well.
For some reason, the humans are really jumpy about it, and no one else knows why.
There are
I like the
way
idea that
too
humans are the
many-
main reason why there aren't most of these things.
There are way too many instances of engineers and scientists in TNG and TOS doing things that they should have thought about beforehand to make that false. Like, there's an entire starship in half encased in an asteroid because someone didn't ask, should we do this?
Yep. Or all
But
the people
now we
who
have them on.
would have asked were
Now we have
ignored.
them on lunchboxes, and now we're selling. We're selling.
All right, I have a senior staff meeting that I'm summoning people to, and they all appear to be waiting out in the hallway. They're scared.
Wouldn't you be?
Okay, do I enter
no.
into the side room in the same room as Arlen?
Probably. You just
Nope.
by happenstance you're kind of running into each other.
Okay. Well, then I would
Alright.
like to, before we talk, just sort of raise an eyebrow at the lieutenant and say, Arlen, are you fully rested now?
Am I fully rested?
You've had a day. You had a night, rather, I should say.
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Okay. Well, just if you struggle with any of that again, feel free to come to me. You're too important a member of this crew to be suffering such burden.
It's not a burden, but thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, thankfully Yolan made sure you got good rest. I mean, you know what I mean.
Mhm.
There's PG ways of doing that.
Is this where
See, now that you brought it up. No.
is this where as the top character I go, ew, no, Mr. Yeoman doesn't do that.
Van, you gonna enter the briefing?
Mhm.
Yes. There we go.
Ensign, thank you for joining us.
Yes, sir.
An Alcaran individual with a large black conical hat steps into the room, dressed in rather outlandish robes.
That's how you know they're in charge. They have a large hat.
And you're all briefed that this is City Serene Mercia, who is assigned to oversee any Alcaran Eldemona technology and adherence to galactic law.
Mhm.
Are they the only Alcaran on this ship, or do we accept a whole delegation?
There's a small delegation. There's his lesser Serenes that work with him, but he's the primary
staff.
that talks to you guys.
I just want to check something because a minor thing in what Pend was saying. So do the Alcarans and Aldemona not know about the gate yet?
They're aware.
They're aware. Okay.
Yep. They're the ones that even gave him the special frequency to kind of say, hey, it's like, you deal with it. If you can solve it. But if it goes sideways, let us know and we'll finish it.
Yeah. As some of you are aware, U.S.S. Achilles is en route to the location of an Iconian super gateway, a piece of technology that must be disabled or destroyed post-haste. The exact details of our planned countermeasures are being distributed now. We'll start handing out pads to the table. And I want all of you to coordinate with your staff, or Ensign Ven, in your case, relay the appropriate information to Ensign Drebin and make sure that science is aware of the associated risks, and our likelihoods of success on this mission. On the note of success of this mission, in the event of our failure, we will be having, well, we won't be having much of anything. In the event of our failure, the Alcarns and Aldemona will be moving to secure the Iconian Super Gateway site. And given the high level of danger of this mission, wait, sorry, out of character. I should have Con here too.
Who of Con do you call up?
I'll call,
Because right now, Asala probably isn't here. She's probably managing the ship's Con at the moment.
yeah, I'll call Ensign Silac. Given the danger of this mission, we'll be doing our best to offload as much of our civilian contingent as possible before embarking in full on this mission. We did not leave them at Narendra for fear of observation that would compromise this mission. To that effect, Ensign Silac, I'd like you to coordinate with Con Department as well as myself to determine which planets or territories along our flight path could most easily accommodate this secondary mission objective. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Any questions so far?
Out of character, is there anything like of note reading through the briefing? Does this look like a mission in which we're going to have to go in guns blazing, or are we planning for a peaceful solution, or?
The short of it is that the Iconians are supposedly have a gateway from another area that they're jumping through. So ideally, it's if you get there fast enough, you can just power the gate down, and they can't jump through. You shut the wormhole, as it were. If they jump through, it shields up, start shooting, because the Iconians will not be negotiating; they will be shooting the minute they find you.
Understood.
What do we know about the operation of the Supergate and means of shutting it down, and also if we have to violently disassemble it, what are some of the consequences?
Details on those procedures should be in the mission outline.
Give me reason engineering difficulty 2. The advantage makes it possible to make detailed analysis of a otherwise alien target.
Technical insight or sabotage?
Dealer's choice on that, frankly. Depends what you're focusing on. Kind of colors my answers.
Technical insight.
Okay.
And this is div 2, take a threat. Possible trait of limit pusher or lateral thinker. Being able to think about technology and how it gets together, especially since this is Iconian tech.
Difficulty will stay the same, but I'll give you additional options, given that you have those. Because there's a lateral way to do it, and there's a limit pusher way, and then there's the normal, quote-unquote, way to do it. Assuming you hit it, of course.
Yep. I got it. I'll go ahead and reroll for... Oh, dang! Now I'm scared. I'm getting all these good rolls out now.
You notice as you're reading it, it's being updated. And this isn't Thralic doing it, it's Mercia doing it. As he adds in what information he knows about the gate. As he's now been cleared to tell you. He just doesn't tell you. He just didn't tell Frolic that he can do that. He's like, I couldn't tell you a second until just now.
Yeah, I think Thralic will kind of have that pad off to the side and see that's happening and not make any big fuss or anything. Just note it.
Is this information on the gate?
Mm-hmm.
Or okay. So I'm assuming it's unmanned.
It is
Or-
not, says what Mercia would say.
Okay. Or I guess doesn't have personnel. What's the politically correct way of saying that?
Personnel, persons
No
aboard,
personnel.
souls.
Automated.
Huh?
Well, I was saying instead of unmanned, you could just say it's automated, but
Automated, yeah.
Ooh, okay. Storage construction. That's gonna be fun to deal with. Trace Okay, that's gonna be fun to deal with, but might be some defense array against them. Ensign and Vin, how good are you with black holes?
I mean, I understand the underlying astrophysics of them, and well, not to toot my own horn, but I have written a paper on the theoretical data storage implications of event horizon quantum storage, but within the event horizon of a black hole. But that's neither here nor there.
A bit closer than
Uh,
you think, Ensign, says Mercia.
I was thinking if we could ignite some of these wormholes or some of these singularities and overwhelm their event horizon with plasma streams and ignite fusion on their surface. Basically, it's a nova. Yes, I'm blowing up stars again. Leave me alone. I have an issue.
To hit, because of your hit, because I was filling all that out. So one, you get all that stuff because you made the roll, for sure, and your character understands what they're looking at. The main thing, the straightforward method is to ships like this, or any ship like this, generally has a methodology to scuttle, to break it apart, and given the amount of power that is involved, they're like 0 point batteries, 0 point battery cell systems are essentially infinite power sources, and they never have to go gathering information. They have control over 0 point technology. So, but that said, something like that would draw attention. So it's likely embedded within a dense cloud or near some stars to try to mask its energy signature from a distance. Otherwise, the Alcarans Automata would have seen it already. They would have found it and blown it up. At present, even Mercia, as he's sitting there, is not 100% sure that this gate is actually there where your friend says it is, but it's important enough that it's worth looking. So if it is in a cloud or near a star, then you can just shove the thing into the cloud, because conventional methodology won't work. Because will struggle to work due to the ablative armor, the enhanced defense grid, the singularity defense array, the fact that it's this thing is meant to withstand a beating because of how intense the gate. Not so much for attack, but just by virtue of the fact that when it's punching a hole through so much space and time, so to speak, it's a very energetic process, and that strains.
So it's
ships.
hardy. So it was just hardy by construction. So conventional attacks probably aren't the way to go about it. So
This thing looks
if
like
we
you could take on a small fleet.
Yeah, definitely.
No.
But so you're saying, if we could hide it or cloak it in, or basically bury the gate, so to speak.
Bury the gate.
Yeah. Well, the convention methodologies move it in, either make the environment it's near or within hostile to it, and then the funny thing about space is that space is incredibly deadly, is not inherently helpful to life, and in the right circumstances is incredibly destructive. No matter how thick the armor, if the incredible power of a black hole or supernova, or being pushed into a star, there's only so much you can prepare for. And if you can survive that, well, at that point, you have a whole different problem. That's the conventional methodology. Laterally thinking, you could make, if this thing supposedly can create a gate through space, you could cause the gate to malfunction using its own technology to shift it or crush it into oblivion.
So create a feedback loop to override the safety message as it's trying to open the gateway, and have the energetic process of opening the gateway blow it to Kingdom Come.
Well, not so much blow it up as you're laterally thinking here. You're shifting it aside. You're making it's supposed to be moving ships, but in theory, if you someone presented it in Fleet General recently on a similar thinking, where someone asked if magnetic fields were a thing for warp cores, and people answered yes. You need some way to hold the antimatter in one spot. And it's like, could you theoretically increase that magnetic field? You could. You wouldn't want to. It's really, really bad if you do that. You'll likely cause a core breach. You'll make the core not work the way it's supposed to, and pretty much damage everything else in the engineering bay. Likewise, this probably has a similar process. There's probably a way that it's meant to work, but if you make it work different outside its normal parameters, it won't necessarily blow up, but it will malfunction catastrophically. So even if it doesn't blow up, you'll break it.
Catastrophic malfunction, and it no work no more.
And lastly, push the limits. You could put the ship in. This is desperation mode, and this is why it's push the limits. You could either with the ship or having it ejected it from your ship. You could eject the tachyonic collider and cause it to cause a temporal dilation shift on the gate itself, and it becomes out of tune with everyone else. Then it becomes impossible to talk to because it's talking way too fast and everyone else is talking too slow. Doesn't immediately end the problem, but it does make it, they now have to deal with a tachyonic collider event that won't blow it up, but it does make it incredibly dangerous to interact with, because you're losing
Okay, so that's
time.
option C, but it's on the table.
I'd prefer to get some way of dealing with this that doesn't require us to go in guns blazing if it's already active.
Well, a boarding party's probably not gonna. A landing party's not gonna do anything, because I don't think there's anything to land on. This thing was meant to work in automation, so there's no through.
I will correct you there.
sections
Sorry,
we can get
I may have misspoke. There are personnel aboard.
Oh, there are personnel aboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a huge amount, just but a fair amount to manage it. Like, a lot of it is automated, but there's a small contingent in the main operations area because it's a very this sort of gate is rather sophisticated. But it theoretically could be automated. Same way the Achilles, in theory, could be run by one person. You could theoretically make a starship go on it with just one person. It's just you're way less effective that way. So it is likely, not guaranteed, but it's likely there are people there. There's at least one person, if only because you want someone able to deal with variables quickly, assuming their computer systems work the same as yours, which they seem to, at least in a way you understand.
Okay, so that's another option that's going to be a little cleaner, but that would also require us getting close.
There is another solution we may wish to consider, says Mercia.
Of course.
We warp through the gate and attack the other facility. It is likely that the facility here is under heavy guard, but the facility on the other gate, the sister gate, is not as well defended. We may have a better chance sabotaging their methods and retreating back through the way we came.
Well, if we sabotage the other gate, wouldn't we be closing the door we just entered through?
Put on a timer, maybe.
If you time attack it well, we should be able to return home. And worst case scenario, if we just demolish the gate, they can't come and stop us.
It's certainly a plan to have on the table.
It depends how much forces there are. If there's no forces on this side of the gate, there's no reason to go in the door and lock ourselves out. But if we're looking at a full fleet, Mercia
It
just lets that
might be
sit.
worthwhile. Might be worthwhile to rush the gate.
Agreed. I have confidence in our con department to be able to get us through an evasive program like that if needs be.
Another option, and that we might look into, is we could attempt to virus bomb their computers.
How hardened are their computers against such an attack?
No
They have
idea.
shackled AIs that could that will actively be bombarding you. You wouldn't have you would need to be actively attacking, not passively attacking through a virus. Ideally through a neural connection to keep pace with the AI, as your AI systems are still childish in its intelligence. Beyond
We wouldn't
your
be able to
type
design
androids, which we don't have any here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to design a viral packet that we can then offload to keep up with that. That seems
You
a
could
little more
you could
involved.
neurally connect one of yourselves to it. It's just that you run the risk of your brain being melted by a feedback loop.
That also, I believe, would require some form of boarding party, yes? A direct connection.
Oh, I suppose so. Yes, your communications. You do. Oh, you theoretically could do it through your subspace system. Your subspace transceiver should have a high enough fidelity to do it, but it will be a little more difficult. Cough. You get up. The other side gets one free hit because you're doing it remotely.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
As a psychiatrist, I would strongly recommend we not pursue this course of action. This is a great way to frazzle your brain.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable. With that anyway. It's just something to consider. So,
Right.
yeah, I think the best way to go about this would be to interrupt either or bury the gate with some sort of environmental factor, which that would completely depend on the environment if that's even an option. Otherwise, we try to break it as it's trying to open the gateway and causing a feedback loop, because that is environmental in specific. We can do that anywhere.
The architect of its own destruction.
Yep. Hey, play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
Hmm.
All right, Lieutenant.
Oh, fire
Sounds
burn.
like you have a couple possible mechanical attacks. I want you to draft me up specifics on those plans. Understood?
Hi, sir. I do want to try to pursue something of using the singularity defense system against them, but I would require sciences to help with that.
Coordinate with Ensign Ben for that.
Understood.
Hi, sir.
Lieutenant Rylov, given this station's overt tactical advantages over us, I want you to devise a plan that keeps us alive as long as possible if we end up in a direct engagement. Understood?
Understood, Commander. And I would advise Lieutenant Arlen and Ensign Ven to not particularly play with singularities. It's something the Romulans have learned time and again.
Well, they're the one providing the singularities. I just wanted to punish them for it.
You might punish us as well, Lieutenant.
That's the point, yes. They're not directional things. They are area. The best way to describe it to you would be spherical. Everything around it, in an increasing area, is affected. The weapon itself is already, or the defensive system, I should say, is a controlled version, but controlling such things are already difficult.
If it's
Which would
possible to
make
destabilize the system at minimal risk, get the plan to me. If not, work on your other contingencies.
it's at least something to consider. I'm willing to pursue both those paths.
Very good.
If I may ask, what will the status of the captain be? Is he planned to have made a recovery by the time we begin the operation?
I am hopeful that he will, but we have no certainty, Commander.
Okay.
The captain
Oh.
is due to undergo a procedure shortly.
Reason plus medicine difficulty 2 assisted by computers plus medicine to see how well in the loop Asa is on the surgical project that they're working on, because it sounds like on a glance without even rolling, it looks like it's going to be a battery of surgeries he's going to go through.
Oh God. Okay. If this is specifically to talk to people to get to know, could conversation work?
You could, yeah.
Okay.
This could
What you
reflect that
heard around the
you were
water
talking
cooler.
around. Yeah.
Space water cooler. Okay. Have a threat.
We call those replicators, by the way. No, see, now I imagine office people just kind of hanging around a replicator or another, put their cup in, refill, whoop. So anyway, get away from the replicator, damn it.
That is a pretty funny image.
Isa, you're aware. Oh god, this is the part you're not aware of, but your character would be, so now you know. Okay. So Captain Pend, I remember he had that little nanite thing next to his heart. I'm not sure if you're
Mhm.
aware of that. So
Yep.
what it tried to do to him, it basically flooded his body with a bunch of killer nanites that basically tried to nuke his brain. He survived the attempt and was promptly diagnosed with by various people to basically very carefully perform nanosurgery to remove the nanohive or otherwise reprogram it so it stops trying to kill him, because it could be rendered inert, it could be not, but that sort of process is difficult, to say the least. Starfleet does not play around with nanotechnology all that often. They've only started playing around with it in the last 10 years in Force because of the Borg. More than 10 years now, but still. So he's looking at minimum 2 surgeries, but they're gonna have to give him breaks. They'll have to do intense nanosurgery one day, at least one rest day, surgery again next day. If they get it done, they get it done. If they don't, it's better to do it safely and slowly than to rush it. Because if they rush it, they could set off a self-destruct sequence of some kind, and then he's Grey Good. He's dead. But during that time while he's under surgery, he wouldn't be fit for command because he'd be doped up to his eyeballs and painkillers and stuff.
Sounds like command material.
You can ask extra questions because there are 4 momentum on the table.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Why not start with the obvious one? What are the psychiatric implications for him of undergoing this surgery? Both just, surgery is dangerous in general, but very specifically, like, are there things I should be looking out for? Like, make sure he's safe and stable?
Yeah, going through that intent. I mean, Captain Penn has a rather storied history. He's gone through a lot, so his psyche is fairly calloused, to put it that way. That sounds a bit hostile, but he's you tend to get a little inured to pain to a degree. The problem with that is that's a good thing in the sense that he doesn't experience the pain right away. Downside is that's how it sneaks up on you. Something, if you get hurt, it could surprise. So he does need to be checked in on, just in case he happened to be awake for part of the surgery, or maybe it bothers him in a way he never really knew. Maybe he has some latent Borg fears that he never knew about. So it's something to check in on. But Penn doesn't have any particular predilections for that, thankfully. As for nanite, the other side effect of nanite surgery is that it is entirely possible, if they goof this, one of the things you're going to have to check for is for neural manipulation. Basically, the nanite's reprogramming his brain, because the nanite doesn't need to sit there in his brain and constantly do stuff. It just has to press buttons in his brain, and then it can nuke itself, and it's fine. Like, even if it gets caught, even if it presses any buttons in his brain, that can mess with him drastically. So that needs to be checked for as well. Other than that, your standard surgery worries. If a complication gets rolled, he's probably going to have a trauma coming his way because something bad happened to him.
Awesome. In that case, then, can I simply send a request to the surgical nurse or someone in the medical department to request to see his, I would say MRI, to see his brain scans from before, during, and after the surgery, just to make sure those nanobots are behaving while they're operating?
For 2 momentum, I'll have that as a standing advantage that you're being kept. They're keeping the finger on the pulse on that exact issue for you, and letting you know. And so the first thing Penn's going to get is a brain scan. Well, they were going to do it anyway, but it's like, nah, we're going to be doing an extra special brain scan that we weren't normally going to do. But the counselor's right; we probably should check for this.
Usually.
Brain scan before and after order. 1 momentum left on the table. Well, bonus momentum left on the table. Sorry.
Those are all the questions I have.
Still the questions you got?
Mhm.
Okay. Boop. Would it be possible, Commander, says Mercia, if for the civilians you're intending to offload, for their memories of the mission or anything related to it to be erased?
Our civilian contingent shouldn't have information about this mission, City Serene.
Has it occurred to you, Commander, that you may have spies among your civilian contingent, or those of a more self-interested ethos?
Of course.
I
However, I would be concerned about the ethical implications of erasing the memories of anyone who's under my protection.
Then I would
Questions
request.
aside. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, of course. Go ahead, Counselor.
Ethical considerations aside, the practical consideration is it's simply easier to maintain good operational security than it is to attempt to brainwash innocent people. And here at Starfleet, we run a tight ship. You do not have to worry about things leaking from us.
For the sake of the galaxy, I will have to regrettably request the names and genetic profiles of all the persons you'll be offloading, since I will have to contact my counterparts to keep an eye on them to ensure they're not communicating anything about the tachonic collider or the dimensional gate. Failure here could involve a breach of galactic law, and at this point, we're dealing with less theory of the breach of galactic law, but the practicalities of a hostile force or belligerent internal forces in this galaxy learning something they absolutely must not know. I understand your ethical concerns and your duty, but I must regrettably inform you of my duty. And yours as a lesser power, now that I think about it.
Of course. I will say, City Serene, that this information has not been loaded into the ship's computer. It was given to me directly by Captain Pend. broad knowledge of our mission has not been circulated on this ship. In fact, this room is the first place it's being discussed, and I have security protocols in place for that.
So you are operating on a need-to-know basis with your own crew. This is
Yes.
wise. I will trust your judgment as a officer of as a lesser power. I'm merely advising in my capacity as your observer.
Thank
I
you.
cannot order you. It would be improper for me to do so anyway.
I will consider the request for the names and genetic profiles. I have to consult with Federation law to understand our own legal interplays there.
Do what thou must, Commander. As will I.
It's not across the table. It's like, oh boy, all right.
Don't mind me. I'm just furiously writing down notes on my pad, ignoring everything that is being said at the table.
Don't worry, we're only discussing the space, I don't know, FBI surveillance on innocent people.
That and possibly wiping your husband's mind.
Yeah, I'm hyper focused. I didn't hear any of that in a conversation unless someone taps me on the shoulder about it.
Fitness. Plus.
You're welcome, GM.
Fitness or insight. Fair enough. I'll give you either.
If he's about to collapse in the middle of a
Jason.
staff meeting.
Arlen just reminded me of a particular trauma his character has, and he said, well, he is doing what normally one would do, and when faced with a trauma, one can cope with it or one can avoid it, and avoidance is a method. Doesn't always work, but hey. Normally this would be diff 0 to not pay attention, but you have other issues, officer.
Glad to bring them up for you.
Fitness or insight plus medicine, difficulty 4, complication range 5. Because it involves yoga.
Heck yes. I have a 1 in medicine. Lovely.
It's your choice of fitness or insight, so there's that.
I've been rocking a solid 10 in this. You know what? Take 6 threat.
Sure.
Just yeah, take it all.
Oh, I will.
Not the fact that we have a full bit of momentum.
No, this feels like a threatening situation.
He's not very motivated, you see, by momentum.
In terms of vibes.
That is 4 hits exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Arlen has mastered the art of avoidance.
Or he got lucky.
I mean, he might have to start. He might develop workaholism, but you know,
This is the equivalent of
That's
just
what
sticking his
caffeine's for.
fingers in his ears and going la 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 la.
Yeah, I mean, good side is he's not going to be traumatized this. Bad news is, his husband's going to be assaulted, so.
I mean, I'm saying no to
Wearing
that.
heelys to escape his feelies.
Ensign Selleck brings up. That leaves us with the course we're going to be taking. Yes, sir.
Yes.
She pulls up a map of the Shackleton, or what little is known anyway. You guys are currently here. You've moved one whole hex, one whole sector away. Actually, you're probably a little further than that. You're probably like here. Because the scale's all screwed up. But anyway. You left Ranger Station just the other day. So you only moved a little ways. It's in this area that you're in the map that you saw before. So this is that outer region you guys have seen in previous missions. Where you're trying to go is all the way out here.
Okay.
Now, the problem with this is that you have 2 areas. She'll explain to you guys that there's 2 known areas that are hostile with Aslanite forces. The Klingons are planning to head out, are just leaving now from Narendra. Like, as of this morning, they are setting out for this base here. Where, actually, it should be, yeah, they'd be like...
Right now,
yeah.
we're in two separate fleets.
Yeah, they're intending to break up their fleets because there's a secondary objective off this way they're going to be dealing with. But they're heading this way. So the problem is, if you go this way, you're likely going to run straight through. You're going to run rather near to a base, and then which you guys are going at your full speed, you'll beat them there. You'll race ahead. You'll race past them to that area.
Yeah, it's kind of real close to the second one there.
Yeah, if you're passing through the black one, you can be seen by their by long range sensors.
Mm-hmm.
If you're outside that area, it's likely that they might have patrolling ships, like a single, think like U.S.S. Enterprise or something like that, just ranging around looking for stuff. Here, you could be seen by the station because you're next to the star system.
Maybe like.
It'd also be convenient if you didn't travel too close to the Klingons because they're cloaked and you're not.
Yeah, they operationally they'd rather.
Might be able to do something like that. It's a little dangerous, but
which is, when I think about it, probably something that the Achilles is informed of by Varner. Like, here's the non-specific plan. Don't go anywhere fucking near it because they're cloaked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hi, Thralic.
Given the full information of what we're doing over to y'all. I would have gave all over.
Something like that, we might run into patrols. We're not going to run into direct sensors.
Straight line's faster, right? As in, less turns is faster.
Faster than light, no left or right.
I mean, considering we can't technically run out of energy, we can just 20 power warp one direction, 20 power warp another direction.
Well, keep in mind, you approach warp. It's not the power you have to worry about. It's your structural integrity giving away.
Yeah.
And you can turn at warp. It's not like Star Wars or something where you gotta come out at a sun and line up with another hyperspace route and go off again.
Yeah.
Well, Voyager covered that a little bit, where turning while at warp is strains on the ship.
I feel like
it's always easier to go straight than it is to do it on a turn. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do a 90-degree turn in warp. You'd sunder the ship.
Yeah, let's not go drifting in starships at FTL.
Yeah, but y'all are talking about doing turns over that are gradual degrees over days.
Yeah.
Y'all can manage that.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is sometimes in space you have to leave warp, do their version of the 3-point turn, and then go back in the other direction.
I mean, if you want to turn 180 degrees, yeah.
No one in Starfleet has ever been more stressed out than the ensign who's got to do their first space 3-point turn in front of the captain.
The other consideration is, where are we dropping these people?
Yeah.
Because right now you're near enough to the Chusco province. You could unload escape pods and shuttles. Well, actually, essentially, you would lose one shuttle capacity to just offload a bunch of your spare shuttles, one by one, and just drop them off in the Chusco province. Thing is, now you're dropping them off in the care of the Klingons, and you might be seen. But that said, that's the only known space you guys are aware of that's friendly. Out here, you know nothing. Vale. You could go to Vale. That's true. You could divert to Vale. That is a friendly port. You know that. That's true.
There's also
Vale.
Regular trade lines between the Klingon province and Narendra, so they could go back to Narendra pretty quickly.
That's true. Yeah.
Regular trade lines between Vale and Narendra, isn't there?
It's just further out.
Could we hail ahead and get and make arrangements for a ship to intercept us on the way to?
I think we explicitly don't want that.
Yes, that's called communications, and communications leave a footprint that can be traced there, Arla.
Yeah. Because the problem we're
Well,
running, the thing we're scared of is that if any friendlies to the Iconians, or if there's any Iconian spies lurking out there, and they hear that the Achilles is offloading all its crew, well, two things actually. Either the Iconians will get jumpy because they realize that someone's onto them, which is, I mean, that's fairly low. You're way out here, but the Alcarans are being a little careful, and you guys are being careful. It may make the Aslanite think that the Achilles is racing toward one of their ports. Because anyone with Starfleet knowledge would know that when a ship offloads its civilian contingent, that means it's a one-way tactical trip. It's not a return trip. They may want to return, but it's one of those no, we're going hell to bear.
Yeah, there's a significant likelihood this will not pan out in the way that we would like it to.
I'm just as a player, because again, Arlen is face first in a pad right now, but just the idea of shoving all the civilians into shuttles and escape pods and say, okay, we'll come back to you, and just leaving them in deep space with no clear plan on who's going to pick them up or when they're going to see civilization again.
That isn't a plan at all right now that we are considering. I don't know where you
Yeah,
got
that's
that
not.
Okay.
That is you missing something.
okay.
As far as the
I
plot
That's
get,
kind of
goes,
a
the
threading of the
Klingons
needle,
or the veil.
maybe.
I understand that we don't want to cause suspicion, but one way or another, someone or something is going to see the mass clumping of civilians from the Achilles and then know what that means. So
It's quite
There's that to
possible.
consider.
yeah, I don't understand. You see, I don't know, 50 people who are all from the U.S.S. Achilles who are no longer on the ship. You can assume, okay, well, the Achilles is up to something then. I don't know how we could ever hide that.
There's also
And
there is a way to
unless,
potentially mask it.
well, my thought was, could
It's
we
not.
just find a random M-class planet and then dump them on there and then, come back for them at another point?
I
Maroon
think
them,
that would be.
essentially.
I think that would
That's
be the problem of unethical.
We
Just
don't
Yeah.
know
because it's
if
a
they're going to be
random
able to
M-class
come
planet,
back.
you can't guarantee that one, the Achilles will be able to come back and pick them up, so nobody will know they're there, and two, you can't guarantee that a random M-class is actually safe. You can just guarantee that it's breathable.
Okay, but we could leave them with space camping equipment, and then a
A security
communicator,
guard.
and maybe we just tell Starfleet where we're doing this. That way they know to pick them up if we
Well, that
die.
so
And
that
that
again
again-
requires communication.
Okay.
We could say
and
that we're setting up. We could disguise it and say that we're setting up a scientific outpost on this planet.
So ultimately, it's not about preventing information from leaking to an enemy, because preventing information leak is impossible. It's about delaying information leak.
And
And to
Mhm.
that end, I think Vale is a better drop-off spot than the Chusco provinces, because Vale is less tightly connected to information kind of grids that the Iconians would be likely to be monitoring.
you can also
Uh,
just dump
GM
them, put them down there, and say, "Hey, look, it's for the purposes of what we've found out while we're available before. It's just expanding upon why we
Yes.
were already there."
It was also a place that we've previously visited. I think it provides a better cover.
There was a question
I
directed
agree.
at
Vale
me.
sounds good.
Have they passed Arillis yet?
The Sugita fleet has only just left, as of this briefing. They're here. Achilles left
Oh, okay.
they left the moment they left immediately, whereas the Klingons left the following morning because they're trying to let everyone's hangover wear off.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they weren't too far ahead, they could get help from the fast transport fleet. But that is behind them at the moment.
Yeah.
And that again requires communication. I think Vale's our best shot.
Yeah. It requires a slight diversion, but very little, honestly. So I'm guessing if we drop shuttles within one hex, those shuttles can make it in a few days, probably.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah,
Even then,
it's not
if we
amazing, but
just jumped there and took the couple hours it would take to directly put people down there ourselves, and we're like, okay, that is one, less suspicious than shuttles,
true.
and two, if anyone hears anything about us being there, they're like, oh, okay, they're doing Starfleet things again.
Mm-hmm.
So more than just civilians, a little bit of a cover, we can take a quarter of a day or half a day.
We can take the opportunity
Or
to
less.
offload some non-essential personnel as well there,
Mm-hmm.
under the guise
Exactly.
of, yeah, I like it. All right, so Thralic will authorize that version of the plan for the civilian plus non-essential personnel cover excursion to Vale.
Okay. You have one waypoint.
Yep. So then the next question is, do we go Vale, thread the needle, or do we go around? Honestly.
The only and the thing I was directing
And-
earlier, the only thing you have to worry about is that this area is contested between the Azlonites
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
You
and the
may
Star
want to go
Alliance.
along the southern expanse. So, like,
Exactly. Yeah.
say it's around that
think so.
round here, then up.
Yeah, the only issue with that is we lose time. And that could mean the gate's been activated by the time we get there.
I mean, I'm not in the meeting, and I've left this entirely up to Thralic. So whatever
Yeah.
you, the character, decide,
Actually,
I'm more than
from
happy to
Vale
go
is a
with.
slightly straighter shot.
From Vale is a straighter shot. It's true. I think we could... Hold on. If we go, like, this...
That's stupid, but yes, it could work.
We stay out of the sensor bubble of both of the outposts. We spend a minimum of time crossing contested space.
Although it is reasonable to expect the vessels patrolling between these 2 points.
It is.
But
Like-
you do know not too long after you get to this point, right? Every Aslanite in existence is going to be headed here.
Incorrect. We will probably be about would be about here by that time.
We're very fast.
The Achilles is faster than the Klingons.
I guess.
Yeah, because the catch is whether if you guys are in this area here, when they attack, because you will be ahead of them. But if they attack, this area becomes a hotbed because they're going to
exactly.
start racing people.
But
Whoever's
they're
out this
also-
area racing them.
They're also looking for Klingons, not a Federation starship. They might be like, we're not going to poke that because that just gives us more shit to deal with.
I think we try and thread the needle and we get as much out of the engines as we can. Hopefully, get out of the contested space before the Klingons hit.
Do
Because
you not
time
see the
is of
green
the
line there?
essence.
Sorry.
No, I see the green line there. I was just
Okay, good. I want to make sure.
it was underlaid, so I saw it, but I wasn't confident in it.
If I recall, we're what kind of time frame are we ahead of the Klingons? A couple hours?
A day,
A day?
a few hours, yeah. But
Okay,
essentially
so-
a day's worth of travel.
If I recall, it's 3.5 days for them to get here.
About 5
For the
days to get
Klingons.
there.
Oh, 5 days for the Klingons to get there. Oh, it's 3 days for like here.
After-
Yeah.
Because they're
Yeah,
moving at fleet
right.
speed. You're moving at single ship speed with warp 9.99
And
capability.
I was also thinking 3 days for the other thing that's here.
You're right. Okay.
That's what I was thinking. They've got a lot of fleet movement. So if we spend a quarter of a day here, we don't even need that long to drop off people, but just a little bit longer to be like, oh look, we're taking our time. We're not in a hurry. See, just enough
Yeah.
to meet the bar of reasonable, and then leaving. We would still be. How long does it take us to cross this distance, roughly?
Well, that's why I'm charting. It depends on there's a certain
Depends
con
on
roll that
our
has to be done.
route. Yeah.
But assuming best case scenario, boop, 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 boop. 1 second.
We want to make sure we do it in under 13 parsecs because the quicker we do it, the more likely we are to have succeeded at.
Parsecs is measurement of distance, not time.
The shorter we do it.
No, but I mean that measurement works here because we're not going in a straight line. We're finding the route that's as directly possible.
Technically
I'm
not.
gonna help you here. When it comes to parsecs, we don't want to know the answer. We like not knowing, right? No one wants to know what you mean by that.
That's a wild ride.
Millennium Falcon?
Yes.
Your current
Yeah.
projected path, presuming nothing's in the way, nothing slows you down, assuming best case scenario, you're looking at 11 days. Sorry. That's assuming that you're not pushing the engines or anything. This is just you're flying as if nothing's in the way.
And that's 11 days total trip?
Total trip. Yeah.
Okay. What about
I-
our time to this waypoint? Sorry,
To which one?
Can't ping. This one.
Time to that one.
When you say not stressing the engines, what does that mean? Like flying at like a normal high warp speed for safe amounts of time?
Yeah. So the Achilles can operate normally at 9.975. You can do little bursts of 9.985, which at that close to warp 10, even that little bit covers so much distance.
A lot, yeah.
But the problem is,
It's
ship can only
exponential.
handle that for up to 1 hour. So if you screw up your timing, you can melt you won't cause a warp breach, but you can melt the manifolds.
I mean, if,
Or
Oh.
cause structural damage or something like that.
if we just do that little jump here, like, hey,
Yeah.
bump the engine speed up, let's go.
Well, you do it in
Yes.
hops.
There's
'cause
also
that's-
the issue. There's also the issue that if you go that fast, you go to teeth chattering speed, and that's not good for the structure.
Oh,
No,
Well, the
it's
structure's
like
going to have to deal with
you
it,
need
I
to make
think.
sure you use your NOS on the right straightaway, or else you smash into a wall.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, I did math wrong.
However, putting the Achilles at that speed into the gate would be potentially effective.
It could be.
That just guarantees
feel
it's a
like-
one-way trip.
Yeah.
I feel like in character, in character, Asa has a con of one. She not her field of expertise. She's gonna let them make up their own minds. But out of character, I say we just push the engines as much as reasonably possible, because like we have the engineering and con skills to make whatever
Yeah.
chance he throws at
No,
us.
Throlic is definitely going to be pushing to
Okay,
get
sorry.
more speed out of the engines whenever possible, and at strategically important times along the journey as well.
No. We already have a complication on the engines.
I don't know.
But here's the thing: a Shashrir has modified an engine, or has modified controls.
7 to 8 days
So
to marker 1. Okay.
Approximately.
I'm not sure what
Cool.
you're getting at with the modified controls.
She has
Um,
customized controls just for her, which makes her
yeah.
job easier. She gets -1 to diff.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also, the assist dice from the ship, if it's an automatic one, or am I misremembering
Yeah.
that?
Oh, I
Ship
think that's
crits.
what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. You're
Yes,
right.
Ship
and
crits,
So
it's harder
she
for other people.
can't-
a complication to
So-
our engines can be a complication to the tachyonic collider, which is a
But-
1 to 6 time dilation, which means
But-
we're fucked.
But
You can also
let
have.
me explain. Let me explain. If she's flying the ship, she cannot critically fail because the engine dice is always a 1.
She can still critically. She can still.
can.
She can't critically fail. You're right. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
there's always. Well, no. If she biffs her roll, the ship can't help. You have to have at least 1 hit on your own without the ship helping you.
Okay.
Because
This
it's a
is
six
what-
die.
The engineer could spend y'all have momentum. Spend time, go down there, create 2 or 3 advantages.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, I
And-
think.
and-
Yeah.
Also, like, isn't time dilation a good thing here for us to be traveling faster than the world around
No,
us?
it's the other way
That's
That
not how
mean-
that works. It's the other way around.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. My bad.
1
It
minute
is
on your
for
ship
every-
is 60 minutes outside.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I meant
Okay.
by 1 to 60. Is
So could we invert the polarity of the tachyon collider and then travel faster?
that's
or
a
would that-
tachyon collider in critical failure. I don't
Okay.
think we
Yeah.
want
I'd
to
say,
invert a critically failing
sounds like a
tachyon
really good
collider
way
because
to
it's
blow
still
up a
critically
tachyon
failing.
Okay. I figured it was a bad idea. I just had to.
Yeah.
Also, the time cops will come get you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have
All
a
right.
favor with the time cops, so they'll let me off the hook this once.
Uh-huh.
Like, Shashir also has, like, 2 determination spends.
Yeah.
So
I think it
I
could be
think
possible to redline the engines for specifically this gap of territory.
Yeah, I think we can and redline it and get it there faster. It's just a matter of that's our cost. How much reward are we going to get from redlining it? How much faster are we going to get there?
And if it fails, can you fix it? The answer is probably no, and we won't be able to get to the objective at all.
Yeah, no.
Nope. So we don't break it. That easy as that.
Author brings up a good point, though. Like, this all depends on how much actual benefit we get from redlining. Like, does that shave off 1 day or 4 days or?
That's true.
But yeah, we have to know how much benefit we're going to get off it before we decide to start overclocking the engines.
we'll have to wait a second until the GM gets back.
Oh, he left. Okay, I thought he was just ignoring me.
No, he BRB'd in Roll20.
Yeah.
About to
problem.
draw a red line across the doorway to an airlock and put Arlen on one side of it.
See, normally I'm entirely with you. But in the instance of this case with our NPC con officer and the pressing nature of the mission,
You can succeed and complicate at the same time.
this is true. This is true.
But that's why I have an engineer down in engineering who's making advantages is on all this, and you can also have you can
I'm
and
also
also have a
suggesting that we-
navigate. You can have a navigator or plot a course or something that makes con rolls easier.
We have a navigator.
We could.
Yeah. I'm also not suggesting that we max redline the engines, you know?
I was gonna do a +2 so we can at least get 2 bonus momentum.
Yeah.
The status
But
of,
it does really depend on how effective it actually could be.
Yeah. From the status of like we are playing a game, I feel like redlining the engines is the more interesting choice. I don't know. Because at least this way, there's a little bit more drama and tension, but that's like player speak and not character speak. So
I'm speaking as the paranoid Romulan,
Yeah.
with someone
I'm
talking about playing
and I'm
around
speaking as
with
the-
a tachyonic collider that's going to be like, huh,
Asa
And
would
I'm
just
speaking
tell the
as the
con
engineer who
officers
wants to go
do their
fast.
best, and we'll get there when we get there. Because this is take your time.
So it's really between these two waypoints that we'd be worrying, I think, about actually redlining the engines.
Like I said,
I don't think I'd consider it outside of those.
Penn doesn't have a vote in this at the moment, so final decisions for Alex.
GM, we did have one question.
Go ahead.
If we were to redline in the engines, is how much gain would we get from that? How much time would we shave off if we go to redline Mark II, so to speak?
I have to recalculate 1 moment. Wait, no, it's not even that hard a calculation because I took notes, didn't I?
Of note, we're not considering redlining for the entire journey.
For how much of the journey? Because that changes my math.
The portion where we'd be crossing potentially hostile space.
Here to here?
Yeah.
All right, so... approximately, it would shave, instead of being like 2 days or so, it would turn it into, depending how close to Warp 10 you get, you could cross it inside of a day or half a day.
Okay, so we're looking at maybe a 50% reduction to a 75% reduction. All right. I'll consider redlining the engines then.
Okay. And again, I can prep and create advantages in engineering to help stave off some of the risk.
I'll only be authorizing redlining of the engines if you have your plans in place for counteracting the gate by the time we'd need to do that, because I'd want your full attention on the engines for that portion of the journey, and we can only afford that if we already have our battle plans intact.
That makes sense.
All right. Then Throlic will punch a key on the table and say, Con, set course for Vale.
Aye, sir. Speed.
Max cruise.
Aye, sir. Max cruise to to the Vale system.
Thank you, Con. And I'll click off. All right, people. You have your orders. Any last questions?
Yes.
None, sir.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
What do I explain to the Romulan state liaison we got? She was here for one specific task, and now we have a different task entirely. But she is still aboard the vessel. She could potentially be useful. That is just entirely to the extent of how much we want her to know.
My understanding is that an active Romulan officer would be well educated on singularity technology, should you wish to pursue that particular avenue.
She
She could be of
herself is-
assistance.
She herself is an expert on exotic energy sources. Singularities would be included.
Well, she may even be.
Alongside
She may be
that.
able to untangle 0-point tech at that point.
Indeed. Lieutenant Rylov, how much do you trust this liaison?
I have known her for the entirety of my service within the Star Navy. I am inclined to trust her. Much as
Very
I would
well.
Quaval.
I trust your judgment on this matter. You have authorization to brief her on relevant aspects of the mission. And then, if she's able to, I'll have her coordinate with Ensign Ven and Lieutenant Arlen.
Yes, sir.
I will remind you that she will need to be sternly warned of her obligations to not breach galactic law should she come into contact with Iconian technology or your tachyonic collider. I
Of
trust
course.
that your methodologies will make sure to weigh that particular responsibility appropriately. I believe my involvement may ask questions, not answer them.
I would agree.
Romulans are accustomed to keeping secrets.
And in our sometimes tumultuous attempts to work together with the various powers of the Alpha Quadrant, we've grown used to such measures as well.
Very good.
All right then, our last order of business. I'll be constructing a suitable cover story for our excursion to the planet Vale until such time as those orders are disseminated. You are not to reveal the exact nature of our mission. Understood?
Understood.
Perfectly, sir.
Understood, Commander.
Very well. Dismissed.
Lieutenant Arlen, a word, says Mercia.
I stand up, stand at attention.
He waves. I don't outrank you, Lieutenant.
He's
You're
the equivalent of an ensign.
You're foreign dignitary,
Oh, very well.
but I relax.
I would advise you, until such time that your orders are disseminated, you avoid your partner.
I can try.
For the good of the galaxy, you need to succeed, Lieutenant. Not just for the law's sake, but for all our sakes. Good day, Lieutenant.
How much threat did you spend to do that?
None. That's just Mercia being like, I get the feeling someone here is getting jumpy, and I think I know why.
All right, I chase after Ben. I have to do math.
Tackle. No, it's like the children all over again.
It's the children all over again.
Give him a trauma about that.
They
Do it.
wouldn't leave me
We gotta have the
alone.
training montage where we get better, we get more tactical, so we can get Vin again. It's like
This time he
I wanna-
won't escape.
This time you'll ambush him.
Create an advantage. Needs to tackle Ven. Yes.
Quickly, let me teach a
Alright.
class. I'll teach them guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
Oh, guerrilla tactics. Sorry, wrong one.
Why am I getting complaints from some of the parents? You're training them to be soldiers, but teaching them self-defense courses. It's
Yeah,
different.
they're-
You taught them guerrilla tactics and how to build a tripwire. It's good for capturing animals.
They're blacking their eyes out, and they're replicating spears.
They are just getting involved.
What's a punji stick?
Look, they're
why
invested
talking
in
about
the
it?
material. What do you want?
I don't understand. A hard rock riff plays wherever they go, and they seem to jump from place to place, putting guns and knives in their suits.
I'm going to buzz at Penn's door.
Okay, 1 second. Someone's about
Just
to have a
spending
massive
to
headache.
kill him.
Oh, now he's doing it.
Yes.
I have to let my threat build up. I didn't
Would
want to
have been
interrupt the
hilarious
meeting,
if just
so
while we're in
Yeah.
the meeting, you just hear a thud on the other side of the door.
I mean, he did
No.
this last week, and it's like 10 challenge dice, vicious 1.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, he's getting his money's worth out of this.
One
Indeed.
stupid running joke.
Didn't it cost you like 15 or something last time to do that shit?
because I had to up the difficulty. That's why
Ah.
it's so expensive. All I dealt so far is just built the damage. Now I actually have to make it hard.
Make it a
that
dip
makes
0.
Makes it, I could theoretically, but that'd be such a waste. If you rolled complication, you're taking it now.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that does sound like it could be interesting for something.
3
Like really
each.
high comp. 0 diff.
Yeah, saying that to the person who rolls comp 5 rolls before the session.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fitness
11.
medicine difficulty 4.
Oh, just 11 this time.
Yep. And also, if you fail the roll, you will get your fitness in challenge dice to possibly resist the damage. The problem is your thing will then blurt alarms that a bunch of nanas just try to melt your brain. It almost succeeded. So
Do any of my traits kick in?
Oh, I forgot. Your cybernetic leg increases the complication by 1 because you're regenerating, and you're having cybernetic rejection issues, or you might have cybernetic rejection issues. You have to roll complication for me to pick on you. Nanite tactics. Now that you know what's attacking you, does bring the diff down by 1, so it turns into diff 3. I'm gonna leave it there. Does the rest of it really apply? Being an eldritch punter, I don't know. I think that helps. Quantum special.
I don't think nanites are really eldritch.
I mean, but it helps if they're very punny.
Sounds like I'm vaguely insulting him. Eldritch punter. Okay, wait a minute.
I mean, they can
whoa.
be if you try hard enough.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll leave it there.
Okay.
So the diff's brought down by 3, definitely for the net tactics. Now that you know, so you probably your character already, without medical guys even telling you, you've drank certain things and made sure to eat certain foods to kind of help your brain health a little better.
Focus.
Doesn't taste great, but whatever.
Focus in mental prowess.
Yep.
I mean, it's only a medicine of 2, but I'll still take the focus range.
Yeah.
I think I'll spend 3 momentum.
Oh, I should probably write down City Mercia's name in our rank log. Whoops, that's important because you encountered him. Gain momentum as you hear the humming get really loud next to your ear for a second, and you have a really bad migraine. It goes away eventually, but wow, that was very uncomfortable. You still feel kind of woozy, but it doesn't feel nearly as bad as when it hit you the last time.
And I assume that's the time I get the chiming at the door.
Thorlick has to chime a second time because you didn't hear the first one because there was this loud humming noise next to your head.
Enter.
So for you, Thorlick, there was a delay of like beep. Did you not hear me? Beep. Oh, he heard me now.
Captain?
Commander?
Just kind of pause slightly, like he's picking up that something's off, but not quite what. We have our course and plans laid in. Thought I'd update you on that. We'll be making a brief detour. But other than that, we'll be flying straight on.
Very well. I trust your judgment.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you wish to bring up or ask before you continue your duties?
I'm thinking, because Thorlick might have something.
Just about to say, while that meeting was going, I probably would have encrypted a message to Lesix.
What did you send to Lesix?
I'd be going off my suspicions in the fleet report. I'd be getting him to look into the exact orders for Athaton and the Federation Council member that's yet to appear.
Well, no. He's speaking. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, first off, you have to send your encrypting communique control plus engineering difficulty 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Assisted by comms plus engineering, I believe. Comms security. Sorry, it's encryption.
I'll go 3. Diplomacy for a focus?
No. Starfleet protocols, something along that line. Logistics, cryptology.
Lead by example? I want to make sure everything's actually in order.
I wouldn't take it here, no. Because technically speaking, he's the strategic operations officer. He's leading you.
Strategy and tactics. Making sure
That
this isn't an issue, yeah.
That I would.
I think I'm going to spend 1 momentum and I'm going to roll 2 challenge dice.
Oh, get nothing.
Jesus Christ, it worked. How often is it where we do that and you just get all of it?
That's what happens when everyone's here.
I think the last time we rolled like all deltas on one of those was last campaign.
2 momentum generated. Yep, you've encrypted the requisition.
I'm just gonna roll the ship quick.
Oh, that's true. Yep, you could get extra. Yeah, you did. Frick me. 2 extra momentum. But I mean, float. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything you want to do with that float?
Is it possible to spend that 1 to get a speed, or that 1 and 1 more to get a speedier response? I don't know.
Sure. You were informed rather rapidly, because it looks like Leslie kind of looked into it himself, just out of not necessarily of any particular suspicion, just out of thoroughness. He's the strategic operations officer. That's his job, to know what's going on. It would seem that there was a general call by the Cation council representative, but they didn't ask for Ethan specifically. Ethan answered the call because he said he was in the area and he was willing to do it, and they sent him. So that's something Ethan didn't lie to you about. He wasn't sent there specifically, but a captain was being ordered. Whoever was in the area who could do it, who wasn't in the middle of something, can you go do this for a while? Can you deal with this instead of Penn for a while? And he said, I'll do it.
Okay.
But it is check out. It is an official requisition order because he double checked with other captains. Like he checked with the 5th Fleet, and they're like, and so the 5th Fleet guy's like, I probably could, but I'd rather not. And that basically went, I can do it. It's like, okay, well, but there were other people who could have showed up.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll just ask him to keep an eye on it overall and just take notes for when I return. Just rather make sure than just go blindly accepting all orders from everywhere. Well, that was about it for that.
Indeed. Okay. All right, and this is a big mission, sir. I hope you're back with us by the time we get there.
As do I, because if it goes wrong, you're in charge full time.
Don't think I'm quite ready for that, Captain. Hopefully it doesn't come to that.
I'm sure you'll be fine. The crew already like you, so not much of a transition.
Throlic is actually left kind of speechless there for a second.
Good speechless or bad speechless?
A good speechless. Thank you, sir.
No worries. I said if there's anything you need, just reach out or trust your judgment.
Of course. No. Nod, and since Pend is technically now I think not on duty, I'll leave.
And activate the mine you place under his desk. Got it.
Yep. Spending 7th threat.
Don't say that because he'll start doing it.
7 threat. No.
Yeah. But I'm going to head to the bridge.
All right. Any other preparations or machinations that Quantum Singularity Different Tend is doing? Like revealing these mirror pen, or he's actually a Grand Inquisitor of some variety?
No, the only other thing Pend would do is the whatever time he has left before the surgery, he'll probably head down to the quantum phase room and just probably interact with the crystal for a bit.
Poke, poke, poke. Don't worry, take down the containment field. It'll be fine.
Yes, he'll interact with the crystal he's had with him his entire life.
No, like literally grabbing onto it.
I mean, he
I
could.
can juggle.
Oh.
I was gonna do something else, but I just realized that the exo's somewhere else. So I know who we're gonna pick on. Hi, Doctor.
Hi.
Hi, Counselor. Special and hi, Little Dava.
Hi, who?
Aha!
Who?
Fresh from the campaign.
Specialist Dava is speaking to Rexa. Is talking to Tabin. So did you enjoy your class? Classes, sorry.
There was this really boring bit with the second officer? Or maybe the command? No, it's not pinned. She had 3 pips.
A commander.
One of those.
Did she have antenna or did she not have antenna?
I didn't
Little
think to look.
doodly doos poking out of her head.
It didn't
She
occur to me.
measured. Was she the same color? Was her skin the same color as your uniform? Did she point to the blue on your shirt?
She was blue.
That would be Commander Thralic.
Commander Thralic gave a mostly boring lecture, but she did teach us how to attack Vin, so that was fun.
Why did she tell you how to attack Ven?
Because we don't like the way he displays emotion.
Now, Tabin, what actually did the commander teach you?
That it was acceptable to the Vulcans at one time to attack and kill those who had inferior emotional control.
Do you remember how long ago that was? It's at this point Dr. Cavall and Counselor Aza are stepping out of their offices because you're supposed to have a meeting with Rexa about the surgery happening later today, and you can see she's talking to her kid. Kind of leaning over and chatting with him. A 10-year-old Bajoran boy with his own special little med kit, I believe.
Yep.
That's
Oh,
adorable.
hello. I do not think I've met you. Asa would like to step forward and get down on one knee and offer a hand.
He shakes your hand and says, I did want to speak with you sometime. You know, since we're working in the same area.
Rexa chuckles.
Oh, yes, of course. We are working in the same area. What would you like to know?
What do you do?
Now, that is a great question. What is your name again?
Daba Taban.
Taban. What a great name. Taban, I am a counselor. It is in the same way.
He looks incredibly disappointed.
In the same way that doctors treat boo-boos. I treat like mental boo-boos. You know what I mean?
Yes. Like Dr. Caval does medicine, and you talk with people?
Well, it is a little bit more complicated than that.
She's sort of like those priests back on the homeworld, except more science-y. She shrugs at Asa like, I'm trying to help.
Asa's just gonna turn to her and smile.
I quickly reach out and grab Asa's ear.
Yeah.
And I say, I don't think she has the paw to be a priest.
Hey,
But
you don't
maybe
grab
a good
your.
doctor.
Hey, no grabbing ears of your elders, Tabin. You know better.
Okay, it's okay. He's learning. But I am gonna like put a hand on his arm and remove it.
Specialist sits down and stops panicking.
Like,
oh
Stephen,
God.
Stephen, you are very forthright, which can be an admirable trait. But I would recommend you just think just a little bit more before you speak.
Yeah, I wouldn't want any Vulcans killing me.
No, we wouldn't want that. She's gonna like stand up and look at Rixa and say, "Oh, he's adorable."
I think Cobalt actually does snort when he says that.
Yeah, I've actually signed up Tabin here for the junior responder course. So that's why he has the little med kit stuff. It actually works, not fully kitted. She waves at Kaval like I didn't give him a full med kit because you don't give a 10-year-old morphine, you know?
Yeah, probably a bad idea.
Wait, you don't?
No.
Oh.
How do we secure our wounded when we've attacked Vin though? If we don't have morphine.
But you can see that it has the medical symbol, but right next to it is a special emblem that highlights. In the event of emergency, Taven's kit does have an actual medical tricorder in there. It's just instead of medical lingo, it's simple language. So it'll tell this person's arm is hurting. You should get a doctor. Like it will scan, but it's not great at giving detailed diagnoses because it's not meant for that. It's meant to teach the kid about medicine in general.
We need to give this to Barter.
Hey! Wow!
How much momentum to make this happen?
More than you have.
Don't worry about it. Farter's dead anyways. Oh,
Not
well,
yet.
not yet, but almost.
If there is no body, then there ain't nobody dead.
Huh.
This
Alright.
is a good time. Let me make sure that my colleague, Commander Asa, is up on her in good health.
I will humor him and let him scan me.
Reason plus medicine difficulty 1.
Focus in physiology.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could pronounce physiology when I was 10.
Physiology was the lowest order medical thing I could think of that a 10-year-old could be aware of. Like, they have arms and a brain and, how the general structure of the body as opposed to anything specific. Because definitely emergency medicine seemed too advanced for a 10-year-old.
First aid? I remember learning first aid as a kid. Well, sorta.
Yeah, like in Girl Scouts and stuff.
So yeah, you scan Asa, and it would appear that the person you're scanning is a Bajoran.
Curious.
This Bajoran is approximately 50 so years old. They're approximately 5'8". They have received medical treatment before, but they are okay. This person made sure to eat breakfast today. However, it is recommended that the patient goes to the gym more often or choose healthier food choices in her day.
Obtain information. What is the issue with food intake?
Fitness of 7. You're average. So this tracker's like, she should probably be healthier than she is.
Is 7 average?
She's your regular person. 7's just your regular person. Anything above that is training or something species-wise that's giving you a bonus. Like a Klingon's fitness average is 8.
Yeah, the different species. Some different species have bonuses to fitness. Like I think Vulcans have a bonus.
Yeah.
Where
So
you
Seven's
can't
not bad. She's not sick or weak. It's just like, she's average, but the tricorder recognizes, did detect the comm badge and that she's a Starfleet officer. So it's kind of needs improvement, yeah. Also, it's a computer mildly health shaming the counselor a little bit.
Because I have like, I think we topped out on a momentum and I had 2 over that, or did I have 3?
No, I took that into account. We were at 6.
Because we got 3 momentum off the roll, right?
Yeah.
You were way above 3, weren't you?
No, we were at 5. We spent 1, taking us down to 4.
So we should be at 6 right now because I've only spent 1. Went from 4 to 7.
Well, I assume you're going to spend another 1 now.
I am. Old people have bad knees, and she is old. Does she have bad knees?
Aza, do you have bad knees?
Aza has, Aza has knees within normal parameters for a person of her age. That is to say, knees worse than your average 20-year-old in security. A lot worse.
Yeah. Something to keep an eye on is what the medical chart kind of would point out, but not in any imminent distress.
Yeah, is Az like facing me, or is she like having a conversation, but letting me do the scan?
She's probably talking to Raiksa while letting you scan.
All right, I poke you on the shoulder. Or not the shoulder. I guess I'm not that tall. I say, so I need you to lay off the Hosprat. Let's go with some more mezzo salad, and let's do some more squats. Those knees, they need work.
Thank you, Treben. I will take that advice to heart.
Taben, why don't you go see what Kobuk's doing? He's still working on the surgery, but he might actually show you how to calibrate it.
Oh, Kobuk, he knows so much. Taben, if you start
interacting, that's gonna be hell.
Taben, Kobuk knows more than anyone else here. Direct your questions to him.
I wouldn't go that far, says Rex under her breath.
Eyebrow raised from Caval.
I don't know. He doesn't have any of the real pips yet.
But he is.
Now, Taben. Everyone in Starfleet is of equivalent value, no matter what rank they are.
I will say he will probably have better knowledge of the most recent techniques, since he's currently in school. He'll learn all the newest stuff.
Yeah, that's true. But, education, that can never outweigh the real field experience you get by actually being, on a medical.
Taben packs the tricorder back up and slings the kit back over the shoulder and says, "All right, but don't forget what we talked about. We talked about. We want to see some improvement," and then walks away.
Okay, I won't.
I like him.
Where does Taven go? Just out, or?
No, to bring the Inquisition upon Colbeck.
Okay.
I mean, have we finally found a Winchester character we all like?
Oh, I can change that now.
Don't
I
like
voted the
him.
hot seat. Yes.
He's an Iconian spy.
It's like, oh, I don't have to describe exactly what my chronic pain is. Good.
That one's trouble, Raxa. I'm afraid you must have your hands full with him.
He's a lot like me that way. I'm just glad that he doesn't have to worry about rifles and stuff. He gets to play with tricorders, you know?
This is true. The children of Bajor enjoy lives we could never dream of.
Doctor, could I request to speak with you in your office, actually? I forgot that Taben had duties today, so better we don't talk out in the lounge now that I think about it.
Of course.
She kind of steps through and starts heading for the office. Another officer eventually, she chimed it and someone steps in and fills in for her.
The counselor doesn't have anything to do right now. She'll sit at the front desk.
Oh, okay, sure. So doctor, I have had I've looked over the surgery plan we have for Pend, and
Still a captain.
Reixa is with the doctor. You're a patient as far as she's concerned. Patients all have the same rank, patient.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Infuriating.
Also known as "shut up, I'm treating you," but Reixa is not allowed to. There's a reason she doesn't do bedside stuff.
Oh, what? You're not allowed to say that?
It's frowned upon in the Federation to tell people to shut up. Shut up and stay still.
This is right. Why Rixa and Cabal get along.
So I looked over the nanosurgery we're going to be doing on Pend, and I know he had planned for me to be the lead surgeon on this, and you observe, Doctor, but I may actually think it'd be better either for you to be the lead surgeon or to take up the lead anesthesiologist point, because, well, for one, Pend has he's had an episode just a little while ago, so it seems that the nanites are getting worse and are as unpredictable as we feared. So I'm actually worried that we're going to run into something on site, and the observation panel, she gestures to the Romulan style medical surgeons observatory. Basically, in my head, I think of this as a thing that lets you monitor the rest of the med bay.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's not any HIPAA violation happening there. No.
My med bay, I get to know what's going on. I just don't necessarily have to tell you I'm watching. You're kind of supposed to tell them. I'm a doctor. It's fine. But it's up to you, Doctor. I do have a couple things that I was able to get a brain scan in ahead of time. For I have one slated for Pend when he steps up to the bed, and then I'm gonna register for one afterward to see if any of the nanites reprogrammed any of his brain patterns. It's a long shot, but it's one of those double check rather than be surprised sort of measures. Counselor Aza actually pointed that out to me. And secondly, I did do blood draw on Pend, and I found out that we did capture some nanites, but they were the inert byproduct. Basically, all we know is that they're made of duranium. but the actual guts of it destroyed by the time we were able to get it through the testing suite.
Mhm.
But that can still tell us that our normal lasers should work. And lastly, I've reformatted the data that Penn gave on the nanites. He seems to be rather familiar with nanite tactics, more on the gross out of body scale, the macro scale, but on the nanite scale, there's still a lot of tactics that apply that we can utilize to try to. I mean, these aren't Borg nanites, as far as I can tell, but nanites are nanites are nanites. Blood cells are blood cells are blood cells. So, to a degree.
Do they
So,
have you observed any that they become more aggressive towards the host when interacted with? Like when you drew blood, did they become
the nanohive didn't activate, no. But
okay?
that's the thing. He doesn't have a persistent nanite presence. It's just the nanohive itself, the manufactory in its chest.
Mhm.
That's there. And it doesn't really do anything. It just seems that's what kind of confused me. I thought it was going to activate when I drew blood, or when he moved around, when he was near certain tactical areas. He actually had it as a blah time ago, and it was he was just sitting in his ready room, talking, not even talking. He was just sitting there, and then it suddenly his nanohive activated. So it's either a time delay of some variety or some other random factor. Possibly someone's communicating to it, but I didn't detect any sort of subspace transmission over the recorder. So he weathered it well, and the suppressor helped. But I don't know how often we'll get lucky with that.
Have we discussed with the patient whether or not we should bring in someone that's specialized in the technology side that we're going to be dealing with?
Well, I mean, ideally, the notes from the Alcaran that's sent it along, what was the Aldemonan? One of them, one of the Als, whichever. They said that it would be ideal that he was treated in a hospital setting, like at Starbase or on a planet. But given our mission, which I don't have clearance for. All I know is that it's an urgent enough mission that he was allowed to leave Starbase, and now he's our problem, and we have to do the nanosurgery. The only specialist I know of, I mean, maybe the that silver fellow, that Alcaran that we have, maybe he knows something. Because Kobuk isn't a nano specialist; he's a cyberneticist, but well, he's studying to be a cyberneticist. But and as for Ram, you know, frankly, I'd take the counselor's 2 cents on physiology before I took Klingons. He just tell us to give him more blood wine.
Despite the things that the patient has survived, I don't think he's actually Klingon. Although he might have a redundant leg.
Which seems to be regenerating, which may be regenerating out of place. There is, although I don't see any active nanites causing the regeneration. It seems to be bursts whenever the nanites are activating. That there's a regeneration effort that has yet to cause implant rejection, but it could if we don't deal with that. Either removing the implant. I mean, that's something for after we get the nanite plant out, but because then the regeneration should stop. But if it doesn't, it's entirely possible that it might be better for him not to have the leg on, because if the nanites cause rapid generation, it may catastrophically interact with his leg in a way that pops it out of place, for lack of a better way to put it. Which at best is disorienting, at worst could be incredibly painful for the patient. Oh, there is one other thing though. I did get a requisition for one of the science officers to show up. We're either getting Ensign Drebin or Ensign Ven. They still haven't discussed among themselves exactly who's going to do it yet. but I'm asking them to be along to help us with any reprogramming efforts. Once we get at the nanohive, we actually need to talk to it on a computer language level that steps beyond my training as a surgeon. Unless they taught you fancy nanite hacking while you were in the Romulan Navy, Doctor.
Not me, but there is another on board who is a bit more specialized in robotics.
Who would that be, Doctor?
Um, hang on, I forgot her name. Sub-Lieutenant Talara.
I mean, we could do that, Doctor. Yes.
Of course, we'd have to discuss it with the patient.
Rexa nods. Yes, I would suggest that, Doctor. My understanding is, well, never mind. It's not for me to say.
You're welcome to speak freely.
My understanding, Doctor. Now, I've never seen him treat you any differently, but I heard Penn served on the Kismet, and the Kismet has had difficult relations with Romulans in the past. So I know that he's never treated you any differently. He's had you to all the meetings. I've never seen him treat you inappropriately or anything like that. But you're a Starfleet officer. Your friend is a Romulan naval officer. So I don't know how much he cares about that or not, is my concern. I've heard of patients rejecting medical assistance because they had moral objections to the service that one had in the past. So I'm just warning that we may have to deal with that. Or not. It's entirely possible he doesn't care because our patient is penned after all.
Well, one way or another, it's not as if we won't still treat him. It's just might be good to have someone that understands robots a little better.
Mm.
I'm good with medical technology, which I guess technically this is, but it's far beyond me.
Eventually, Kobuk gets Tabin over to exam room 2 because he has to do something over there now. I imagine Tabin doesn't let him off the hook just because he moved from one room to another.
But yes, if you feel more comfortable with me being present, I of course will do so.
Right. Shall we summon the patient, Doctor?
I'm just looking at her stuff. Yes, I believe so, if you're ready.
Rexa presses a contact on your desk and says, Captain Penned to Medical Bay, please.
And I'll start heading way down.
And you run to Aza at the counter. Not often the counselor's manning the lobby, but there she is.
Oh, good. She can take care of the brief emotional survey before.
Lieutenant Commander, I don't remember demoting you, but fair enough.
Oh, no, Captain. I don't have any patients today. I don't have any work to do. And normally the nurse at the front desk is busy. So I figured I'd make myself useful. Are you here to check in for your operation?
Yes, I have been summoned by the powers that be.
Excellent. Oh God. One of these subroutines has the survey I'm supposed to ask you. Give me one moment. I will find it. And you just see Asa just like staring at this pad very intently, trying to figure out which, series of unlabeled buttons she has to press to pull this up.
If I remember correctly, the question 3, no, I do not taste the colour purple.
Ah, that's always good news. Oh, hear this. Okay. We will run through this while the surgeons get ready, and then we'll begin. How are you feeling today?
Apart from nanites trying to make my brain explode, average.
Good. Have you eaten any solid foods in the past 12 hours?
That's a solid question. How would you define ramen?
Borderline, sir, but under the circumstances, I think
Because it's a lot of noodles, bean sprouts, juice.
Mm, mm. Do you have any aches or pains?
I don't know if that's a joke question.
I think I feel like that's a question they would ask before surgery.
Generally, everything tends to hurt at some point during the day, but nothing unusual.
Right. Well, I think the nurse can handle the rest. You want your first door on the left, right there.
Presence or reason plus medicine, difficulty 2, assisted by computers, medicine of the ship. Make sure penned is in fact penned. I mean, right now you're doing a baseline. You're just, is this the pen that we know? Okay. Because while you were talking to him, the ship was scanning him.
Presence reason.
Perhaps it should be sensors medicine. I don't think that helps, though. It might have.
All right, focus in psychiatry.
No,
Yes.
it still would have failed or missed by one.
Okay.
Actually,
I'm gonna spend 1 momentum and 2 threat and roll 4 dice.
oh no, that would have hit.
Yep. So you have at least one hit off the ship.
Sorry, what did you spend?
1 momentum and 2 threat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hits off a diff 2. 4 momentum generated.
So 8. Okay. Can I create the advantage that this survey and scan is like in depth enough that like this information can help the surgical team somehow?
You could, yep.
Okay. I will
Like
do
there's probably
that.
you probably ask some other random questions like, "What's your favorite animal?" What do you think when I say the letter P? It's like, what? Why are you asking me this? I'm trying to get different. It's like, I'm not trying to tell you this, patient, but I'm trying to get different parts of your brain to fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you see when I show you this Rorschach painting?
Yeah.
Is it 2 bears high-fiving?
No, real medicine. Real medicine.
Doing the mini cog.
Then I will step in and hand Cobalt the pad and say, the patient is ready. Doctor.
Is it too late for me to change my mind and go get some gyoza?
Yes, says Taifa.
How about
No.
order?
Technically,
How about sit here?
What, no takeout?
Sit here, please?
Pen was already going to sit down, but
You can tell Rex was going to say something a bit more rude. It's like, okay, look, his rank may be patient, but he's also a captain. He could make my life a little difficult.
Yeah. Technically, you can deny medical treatment, but we'd also have to declare you medically compromised.
I mean, I think with the nanites flowing through my body trying to kill me, I am technically compromised already.
Yes, and you would continue to be so if you don't allow us to treat. So,
Specialist Daba to Science Department. Ensign Van, Ensign Drebin, choose one, please. You can show up to surgery imminently.
question:
Or I'll
are
report
we
you.
in the red, the red surgery?
Yeah, probably.
Because that's not terrifying.
So is Ensign Van or Ensign Drebin showing up to help with the medical bay?
I'm looking over Drebin right now to see whether or not he'd be a better pick than me. Because I also know that Arlen specifically wanted me to help him out with his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then just send Draven.
His medicine isn't great.
Well, they're looking at your science. They're looking for you as programmers. Computer
Okay.
specialists.
Then Draven's probably just as good as I am. Plus, he has walking encyclopedia that could give him a focus if really needed. Oh, and he also has the thing for whenever you attempt a task that involves the programming or study of a computer system, you get to add a bonus D20 to your pool.
Nice. Seems helpful.
I think he's probably better for that.
Is either the nurse or the doctor going to ask about the sub-lieutenant?
Actually, Rex looks over at Koval expectantly and just raises an eyebrow, like...
Captain, I do have a suggestion, a bit unorthodox, but figured I'd run it past you. You are welcome to say no, of course.
We'll take your uniform there, put it in the little bin, and you wear this, lay down here. Like, Rex is still talking you through getting set up for the surgery while you're talking with Koval.
Why have you only handed me a tiny towel?
It interferes with the scanner. But, you may get damp, and we might need it, so. Or we might not, Positive thoughts.
I can say no if you want me to, but I need to know what I'm saying no to.
So, we're dealing with nanites, things that traditionally Specialist Daba and myself are not known for our expertise in. We do have a very talented roboticist on the ship, though she is not of Starfleet.
Oh, the sub-lieutenant who was going to help with the previous mission that we're not doing, correct?
I believe that about sums it up, sir.
I can't remember her name. I didn't really get a chance to speak to her. What was it?
Last name Talora.
Talora. Okay. And you...
Aura.
Or okay. And you would wish for her to assist on the surgery? Because she's a dedicated roboticist?
She may have some insight into how the nanites communicate, or what might trigger them, that we may not have. She may also be able to assist the ensign in communicating with them.
Is there any reason why I wouldn't want them here?
She's not Starfleet.
Rakesa takes out a medical tracker and begins scanning Pan for a second and looks at the surgery bed's readings.
But you believe her to be competent?
Very.
Then why would I have an issue?
I would not have recommended her otherwise.
I mean,
But it is my understanding that Starfleet finds most Romulans difficult to work with.
Not wrong there.
I mean, have you tried dealing with Klingons?
This is very true.
There's always...
I also find sometimes that it's difficult to deal with Romulans, to be fair.
I mean, let's be honest about every species, including Tellarites. There's nice ones and there's pains in the asses. There's every species has them. Doesn't mean they're all a certain thing.
I'll note that Reixa, in her thoroughness, managed to gain a momentum while she was scanning you. I
Holy
don't know
cow.
what to do with that. All she was checking was making sure Pen was okay, because she really was expecting a certain response, and you gave one she wasn't expecting. She's like, "Oh, no, he's fine." Like she scans and starts putting her stuff away, like it gets ready for the surgery. Like, oh, but it's like she was just checking to make sure Pen was penned.
Wait,
that
the
nothing
captain
weird was
isn't
going
a
on.
xenophobe?
Oh, she thought he was. I mean, the admiral. If the Admiral Grennan's anything to go by, he's picking on our security officer for no good reason.
Do you want to ask a question about Pend or anything, GM?
She. Is there anything? The only thing I would suggest, I guess, would be spending that 1 and 1 again for her to create an advantage that she has an in-depth scan of your brain. Like, incidentally, she has another detailed brain scan on top of what you were doing. Like, she accidentally made the surgery easier out of her paranoia.
And they call me paranoid. I'm wearing off on my. Oh my gosh! I'm wearing off on my on my subordinates.
Like,
oh no!
Like, oh well. Huh.
But yeah,
He's just no. It's like also you have a reputation for being a shouty person, even though when characters meet you in person, your character isn't really shouty. That's just the reputation your character has for being the Tiger of Narendra and being a commanding presence. Like, I'm just a dude. Whatever.
yeah. As long as someone's competent or they do the job, I don't care who they are or where they're from. Makes no difference to me.
Apparently.
Well, that's a different thing altogether.
Sorry, it's the GM snarking. She wouldn't give a crap.
Now I just have Backstreet Boy lyrics in my head.
Backstreet. Sorry.
Not that one, but sure.
Wow.
Just giving Dabra a bit of a weird look. What did you think of me?
I think that you need to be laying down on the bed, sir.
Do I need to lie flat or am I allowed to make a pose?
You can pose, but then the pressure field is going to force you to lay flat. So depends if you want to feel what it feels like to have a pressure field force you to be flat. It's up to you, sir.
I've done that. You have to really be into it to enjoy it, so I'll probably just lie flat.
It's, in other words,
I'll report you to the XO, sir. Now lay flat, darn you.
Do I get to be conscious or do I get to be knocked out for this?
Well, first off, we put these little things on your forehead, and then you're unconscious.
It's just oxygen. Count backwards for 5.
Yeah, the one time I was ever operated on, I remember hearing the anesthesiologist say, "Oh, she's still awake. Can you count backwards from 10 for me?" And I remember saying 10 and then waking up like an hour later.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's one of the fun things. So the anesthesiologist is going like, "Whoops, patient's still like, hold on, hey friend, count for me."
Yeah.
All right, they're out now.
Yeah, there was one of the surgeries that I was so proud because someone had said the countdown from 10 thing before they actually did the injection, and I don't think it was to me. I think they were just saying what they're gonna say, and I heard it, and I was nervous, and I was young, so I counted down from 10. And I was so proud of myself for getting through it, and then they looked at me, and then they did the injection, and like 3 seconds later, I was gone. Damn it.
For my knee surgery, I remember my mom asking the anesthesiologist what they used in the cocktail. And she's like, "Oh, we use that for dogs." And then I was unconscious.
Oh.
To be
So
clear
it
for any
begins.
viewers, my mom is a veterinarian. She doesn't just knock dogs out.
Just that's a
Oh,
great thing
I was
to
confused.
hear
In that
before
story,
you
I
leave
thought the
dog.
anesthesiologist said they use it for dogs.
Yeah, I thought you were saying you were getting dog medicine.
I mean,
This is
You're
also,
not
she's a
it
small enough
wrong.
happens.
human. Yeah, I say she's a small enough human.
When
I
I
mean,
broke my
we're both
arm,
mammals.
we went to the vet to get my X-ray. So it's fine.
Lovely.
I just love the idea of Dabba now just thinking to herself, oh, he's not some loud asshole, he's just an asshole.
He's a smart ass.
That's just the shit. That's the whole shit.
Welcome to Extended Task, folks. You're gonna get one crack at this can, and then we're gonna cut to the ship's travel because this is a battery of surgeries that kind of very
Yeah.
slowly and carefully get at his nanohive, so it doesn't make the nanohive freak out and try to kill it, or kill you for
Oh,
that
I do
matter.
have
Because who knows what
surgery.
this thing does?
Huh? Look at me.
Would I have been able to have given a determination before she just put the calipers on?
Arguable, yeah. Like that was you being like you were being jovial and trying to help everyone's tension stay low. It's like it's all right, everybody. It's fine. I'm not scared. You don't have to be scared. It's all cool. Don't worry about it. I'm not scared. You should be. Well, I'm not. So
Who's going to be taking lead in surgery?
So I do have surgery as a focus. I didn't think I did, but I do.
I'll give you the determination then.
There are at least 4 advantages sitting on the table, which can be used to bring down the resistance or the difficulty.
Can I give a determination for directive spend?
You don't spend toward a value when you give directive. You just give directive.
Okay, directive,
just
don't kill the
give
fucking captain.
Oh, you're trying to create a directive out of nowhere. No, the mission direct. Actually, one of the mission directives from would have been probably from Efrix, if nothing else, because she would have learned what was going on. Like she would have been looped in fairly quick and go, "Yep, hey, Koval, this is a priority. Don't screw this up. Whatever else you're doing medically, go do this." Like, oh, okay. Well, the chief medical officers tell me to make this a priority. Got it.
Will do.
Because one of the mission directives from command would, because command wouldn't be, they're like, well, if he's medically unfit, send him home, whatever, just do the thing. Because command directives are deal with the gate, get to the to the gate as soon as possible. Prime directive, but there's an additional medical directive on that's like get rid of the nanohive and Captain Pend.
At least you didn't want to keep it as a pet.
So you have 4 advantages sitting on the table. Do you wish it to pull down the resistance or the difficulty?
Okay. Do they stack?
Yep.
Okay. Maybe 2 on both?
So diff 2, comp 2.
And then use my surgeon's decoration to bring it down to comp 1.
Okay. Draven and Tal'Ora can roll. Will be able to roll to assist with reason plus science, because they're helping. They're informing the surgery team. Hey, here's what the nanites might do. Here's something to be aware of. That sort of thing.
And maybe we're Dabber as well.
And Dab as well, yes, because she's present. But she'd be doing the control medicine with Cobalt.
Mm-hmm. Probably spend 1 threat so I get the reroll.
I'll up the diff by 1. So diff 3 currently.
And I don't know if I want to use it yet, but do I get the med bay advantage? The medical team?
You could invoke it. Did you want them to? Because you could have surgeon, a team of assistant surgeons and anesthesiologists around, nurses and so on. This room's probably packed with people now. But you could use that to bring down the diff or the comp.
Well, I can't bring the comp down any further, can I?
Oh, you can't. No, it would have to be diff. You're right. You're right. Comp's always at least 1. There's always a chance for complication. 5% chance.
Does that sound good to everyone?
It's your
Yeah,
call.
it looks good here.
That strategy? Okay. Alrighty. Surgery is a focus.
Yes. Two momentum generated so far, plus the assists.
I think I'm gonna roll for Draven.
It was what for the science team? Right, okay. The science team.
Yeah. Would you take senses focus for Draven?
Yes. And robotics for Talora. That matters. It didn't, but we're checking.
Surgery for Specialist Daba. Again here.
Oh my god, that's a good thing the calm went down. Dreven.
Yeah, that was my first thought. I was like, okay, maybe not for me, but for everyone else's sake, I gotta bring that comp down.
Yeah.
4 momentum was generated. Some floats in the air. Doctor, give me 7 challenge dice, please. Let's see how your first day of surgery went. Not great.
No.
Got gobbled by the resistance pretty bad.
Spent 1 to reroll.
Yeah. Reroll 3? Is that?
Yep.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 raw. 4 resist.
You could put 2 into piercing and be done.
Don't we have 2 resists already?
Huh?
From all the advantages.
No, that just brought complication and diff down. None of it brought down resistance.
Yeah, we could spin for piercing.
Okay. So is it 2 for...
2 would get rid of 4, yeah. So that gets you 6 work in your first day, which is a breakthrough. Base difficulty goes down. So in your first day's surgery, the minute you at first everything's fine, and then the surgery gets complicated really quick. You have to do a lot of changes on the fly. Some of the nanites, they don't attack you, and they don't attack the patient. They actively try to regenerate the cuts you're making.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about that.
It turns into a sort of cat and mouse game that you have to play with the stupid nanites to keep them busy on. You make a superficial big cut that tricks them, and that's what Taora and Draven are able to go, do this, that will fool the nanite. Nanites can only be so clever because there's only so much processing power. Unless these are dedicated medical nanites, they can't keep up with you to a certain point.
Do we, just to make sure, we're keeping an eye on his leg, right? To make sure we don't have to stop and remove the precedent.
Yep. No complications came up, so they didn't spontaneously regenerate around his leg or anything.
I just wanted to make sure that wasn't where they drew their attention.
Yeah, you probably actually went, let's cause a large gash on his body. Let's not do it on his cybernetic leg. Let's not draw their attention that way. Let's go over this way. Come over here. He has a bad cut on his foot. Go there, guys. Shoo. Cut open his chest. Quick. And then putting in pressure fields to kind of hold what you have in place and sterilizing it and cleaning areas and leaving little markers so you can find where you're going. This thing is, you do find that first thing though, like it's this first day that the amount of work and magnitude of the task, you now realize why a medical bay would be so important, because part of that resistance is coming from the fact you're not in a hospital, you're in a medical ward. You have a surgery bed, not a surgery arena. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have a massive facility. You have a bed and a few people. But you're doing way better than your ship is rated for, given the amount of talent that's involved. So
We are not the Hadfield.
So yeah, we cut over to the journey across the Shackleton.
All right. So, do I have to make any sort of roll to set up our cover for Vale?
Yes, actually, that's the first thing we're gonna deal with.
Right.
Control plus security, difficulty 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You set the number, because that's what I have to roll against to see through your lie.
See, we're traveling.
Lies. They're
by
just creative
line.
truths. Come on now.
Don't BS her.
Yeah.
So I know you're rolling on this.
Yep.
There we go. I'm okay. I didn't break anything.
Let's see, what have I got here? Man, I need to figure out what that +1 trait is that I have banked and actually assign it.
Ideally, yes.
Could be so helpful here. I don't know what it is though. Definitely gonna do that after this session. I'm going to set this as yeah, I think I can hit a diff 5.
Diff 5. Is anyone assisting you with this who isn't involved in the surgery?
I can.
Yeah, I'd like that.
I mean, guerrilla tactics doesn't come into play, but yet paranoia, however,
Does. Yep. Straight up brings the diff down by 1. Oh wait, you're assisting. What am I doing?
no, I'm
Shut up.
assisting. I mean,
But
focus paranoia. Yes.
The focus with fire, yes.
Yes. Here, did you consider this thing, Commander? How about this?
I mean, I could let you roll main on this.
You could if you wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll have Rylov roll main. And
Okay.
I'll be directing, basically.
I'm still paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
Comp goes up by 1.
Yeah, fair enough.
The most important job in leadership is understanding when to delegate. Delegate.
Yeah, so it's
Wait,
it's comp up, diff down.
Comp up. Oh.
'Cause you said diff down.
You're right. I said that first. You're right.
Okay. just a little confused there. That's all.
It's both neat.
Yeah. All right.
I'd have to
do
spend for it to be both, and I'm not willing to spend on this quite yet.
focus in team dynamics here.
Yes.
Cool.
As a warning, guys, doing this deprives you of your civilian contingent. So
Yeah,
in the civilian
but
branch
it also
it's
saves our civilian contingent in the effect in the event we die.
Well, with the exception of Tal Aura, unless you're setting Tal Aura off, but I think you want Tal Aura to stick
No.
around.
She has to be put under civilian just because she's not Starfleet, unless we put her somewhere else.
Yeah.
She's technically science.
Yeah, not
I'll
technically.
move her to science for now.
Yeah.
Just to clear that up.
So. Yeah.
Right. Well, have a threat.
Certainly.
And Should I just momentum the rest of it?
I mean, you could.
If you want.
I'll also
Wait,
be.
did I get the thing? 1 second.
I'll also be giving you a reroll with advisor, and my maximized efficiency will fire here.
Okay, so in that case, I'll just do another 2 momentum. So 1 threat, 2 momentum for that.
Pardon me, sorry everybody.
And we have the focus. We've got constantly watching wouldn't fire here. This is not detecting danger or hidden enemies.
No.
Yeah.
No, none of those. Spacewalk definitely doesn't apply. We're not throwing them out of an airlock. I didn't change my name, but whatever.
Oh, it doesn't apply then, sorry. Has to be under the correct...
Oh, okay, 1 second. Let me just roll 4 then.
I've
I've got 2 rerolls. It's fine. So take the first 2 on that because of the shit post. And look at that. It's a 2.
Yeah, and you can re-roll that 0 once, like basically
No, I
risk
can't.
free.
So when I said the 2 rerolls, I was essentially just going to roll the 0 twice on the so the 1 0 1 1. I was going to be like 1, no 1, and because I was rolling 4, then I was just going to say even if I complicated the second one, you'd get that. That'd be me being stupid.
I now have to hit my number. No, there people out here are gonna try a little bit. We'll spend some dice to try to hit this. They're probably not gonna, but it's worth trying. Oop. No, there's no way. No way. I can reroll the 18, I guess, but it's not gonna be enough.
Not the 20.
Yes, reroll the 18. Yep.
Yeah.
Reroll the 20. That makes more sense. Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. So you are able to drop off your civilian contingent on Vale.
Yeah.
Without drawing any additional attention.
And I believe that reduces our crew support by 1.
Yeah, as well.
No, that's only if you were using shuttles to do it. You guys purposely went there and dropped them yourself, so you actually kept your shuttle. Unless you're leaving them shuttles so they can travel on their own. But as they are, they could get a ride with one of the local merchants if they really need to. Depends if you want to leave them shuttles or not.
Honestly, leaving them shuttles probably increases the security of the operation because they're making contact with less people if they do decide to leave.
And we have assets there. Clearly, we're coming back. What?
Yeah.
Yep,
It's like this is going to be a bit, but we'll be back.
Then we look to. What's your call on that guy? Sorry, I didn't wait for the answer.
Yeah. Leave some shuttles.
Leave some shuttles.
Arlen and not Arlen right left. Whoops, I copied you twice. Ben.
Hi.
Arlen and Ven, you guys have some work to do. What are you going to work on first in your first few days of travel? What's your big project you want to work on first?
I think I might have something, sir.
Oh, do tell.
Okay, well, we've been doing all our research here, trying to think of a way to penetrate the black hole screen. But I think we might be going about this the wrong way. I think instead of focusing on the black hole screen, I think I might have a solution that might get us at the heart of the problem. The 0-point energy generator.
Go on.
So, all right, you understand that the principle behind a 0-point energy generator is that you're getting energy from the wave point that a quantum field generates at 0 degrees Kelvin. When you reach that absolute 0 point, you get absolute no motion, but you do still have a field that moves, and from it you can derive theoretically infinite energy, right?
Right, you're basically stealing energy off the lowest floor or of the lowest floor of quantum energy and punching into the basement,
Right,
so to speak.
So, what happens if we disrupt that floor, raise the basement?
then the ZPEM wouldn't be able to drive energy because there'd be no energy potential.
Right. And I think I know how to do this without proccing the black hole energy field. See, here's the thing. The principle on which a 0-point energy field operates is at the base level quantum mechanics. It's deriving itself from the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And if we want to mess with that, we just have to use
Heisenberg
what we...
compensators from
Exactly.
transporters. Oh my god, that is brilliant. How will we project a Heisenberg compensator field at that magnitude, though?
That's what we have to work out. We might have to tie them either into the deflectors or the targeting sensors, but I think this might be viable.
All right, welcome to Scientific Method, folks.
Did anybody else hear that whistling sensation as that thought went flying over your head?
No, I caught on. I'm like, I was
Yeah.
like, so far there's no reason for me to call for method. Like, now you need to figure out how you're implementing what you're doing.
Yeah, like that was great. Hats off to both of you.
No, that was. It made sense to me, someone who doesn't know anything about science. So.
Yes. And I just literally used a bit of throwaway tech that they mentioned a couple of times.
Reason
And of course,
science
how
or
does the
region
Heisen-
engineering, depending which way. Now I think about it, depends which way you guys want to try to observe the problem. I'm thinking it's either a science question or an engineering question. Depends which way you're shooting.
Up to you, Vincent. I can help you. Or you can
I
help me.
have it would be reason. My reason science is 15, but I don't know if I have a focus for it. The closest thing would be astrophysics. I don't have a dedicated quantum mechanics focus.
Consider that you're at the observation stage of scientific method. This is just laying the foundation for what your characters are currently doing is laying the foundation for which you're going to build the.
I have a
the
15
theory.
reason engineering, and I have tinkering as a focus.
It's all the same, really.
You go first. You take the lead on this. It'll look
Okay.
good on your resume.
Thank you much.
Once you get fired.
Just diff 1?
Yep.
Okay.
Observation stage is super easy. It's div 0, div 1. It's
Right.
It's usually meant as a momentum buffer.
You said this is the research stage?
Yep.
Observation stage. First
Observation
step.
stage. Research focus, though?
Arguable, yep.
Okay. Spending a momentum for a third die, just for the sake of the reroll.
Yep. Because arguably, our observations can be done in the preliminary research of your development. Because you're trying to figure out, are the things I'm saying actually true? Let me double check to make sure the science hasn't actually shifted on that.
May I use a tinkering or technical insight focus?
You certainly could. Either way.
Alright.
All right. So, what are your focuses? You think? So the question we're trying to answer is: you want to? My understanding is that you're trying to increase the temperature so it screws with their batteries, and you want to emit a way that increases the temperature of an area.
Yeah. Specifically,
And you're trying to figure out how to do that remotely, like from the ship, rather than you being there in person.
Yep.
Yeah.
My play is using the laws of quantum entanglement.
Name your focuses if you think because I have an answer in my head now, but
Quantum physics is my primary focus. Transporters and replicators, maybe.
Absolutely. Especially if we're going to be using the Heisenberg compensators.
Compensator, yeah. That's why I'm saying.
I can bring in technical insight or tinkering.
Yeah, because we're probably gonna have to. Because my figuring is we're probably gonna have to wire the Heisenberg compensator into a system it was not designed to be wired into. Whether that be
You can. Sorry, never mind.
No, go ahead. Yeah, they have scientists around them. They tell them stuff.
Well, I was just going to make a joke that he said we need to wire it into the compensator. And I was going to say, well, you can compensate for that. That's all. Sorry.
But yeah, figuring that we might have to tie it into something. I mean, I think between those three focuses, I think we're pretty good. I'm currently leaning towards just quantum mechanics.
Okay, type them out and send them to me. Either in
yeah,
the Discord or in the Roll20. Because that's how I know you're declaring. That's what you're
Yep.
declaring.
Quantum mechanics.
And I'll be right back. I'm gonna double check something.
So quantum mechanics, transporters, and replicators, and tinkering. You said, because that's one of
Yep.
yours. Okay. Quantum mechanic.
This is probably a dumb question, but is the Heisenberg from the Heisenberg compensator the same one Walter White names himself after?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're literally messing around with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. The idea of that is it's supposed to be a part in the transporter that prevents you from accidentally having like overlapped quantum states when you transport.
Oh, of course.
To my knowledge, there's only one famous Heisenberg.
Get away with you, and I'm back.
There you go.
That was not supposed to be interpreted as a joke, but I guess I could see how you took it that way. That was just me making a statement of fact.
I am going to say yes.
Okay.
Well, this seems like quantum mechanics, so...
I'm gonna say, I think we're gonna start off with quantum mechanics.
I can help you.
Yep. Here's my... Oh! Ha 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 ha! Oh, time for some fun stuff.
Pull out all the talents, man.
Yeah. Time to pull out my talents.
Not in public. You're welcome.
Okay.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Determination spend. Determination spend. Always ask questions.
Yep.
Testing a theory into practice.
Not yet. Not for the first roll.
Oh.
Next
okay.
one, though. Next one, I'll fire.
All right. I'll just keep that as is. And then I will spend 2 momentum to get a third die. I do not, unfortunately, have a focus for this one, though. Because I don't have a quantum mechanics focus.
Yep.
Alright, I'll at least help.
Okay, that's 4 hits.
Can I help with reason engineering, or am I still using reason science?
Science. You have to have at least 2 science to be of help.
I have 3.
Okay, that's 5 hits.
You may continue.
Okay.
And actually, as you may continue, so can the medical team. Or do you want the scientific method to do their thing first? Depends, because I'm messing with your momentum pool a bit here.
Yeah.
Might just want to let him
Mentioned to me?
continue.
Yeah, I'd say let the medical team go, because they can actually generate momentum. We kind of can't.
That
Yeah,
is
no,
true.
I think 4 is more than enough.
Yeah, we can go.
Okay, go for it, medical team. Another day of work. Another few days of work. Sorry, this is covering days on days of travel and working.
God, how many days is penned under the knife?
Not always. They have to wake him up sometime and let his body recover and let the nanites calm down so he doesn't have a heart attack.
Does stuff reset?
You are. Let's see, where were you at last time before I kicked at you? We brought the diff down to. You guys were sitting at like diff 2, I believe.
Yep.
Because
Diff
of
2,
everything?
Comp 1, Resistance 4.
Yep. Resistance 3 because of the thing we were talking about. Medics make do.
Okay.
You can
Yes.
totally bring the resistance down that way. You're right.
Cool.
I straight up forgot about that trait for the ship.
I kind of did too until you mentioned the reason why the resistance was high. I was like, oh wait,
We got a thing for that.
we got a thing for that. I think
Oh,
so. I
these guys
think
move.
diff might go up 1 because I don't have my surgeon's decoration anymore. Right? 'Cause I
It would.
used
You're
it.
right. Should be diff 3 right now,
Yeah.
or comp 2 because I know you lowered it with a combination of stuff.
Yeah. I think I'd prefer diff 3.
Okay.
Surgery.
Yes.
And take one. Take a roll.
Oh, sorry. What am I smoking? It total diff 2 because the original diff was 4.
Because we hit it. Yeah.
Yeah, you hit a magnitude. So duh.
Got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like-
But also that was a threat, not a because I have bold.
Oh, whoops. Boop. Well, fine. I'll bring the diff back to 3 then.
Okay.
This is Draven's assist.
Yep.
So I think we just need Dava and Talora.
I can roll for Daba.
Sure.
Dabba dabba do. Sorry.
Yeah, control, medicine, focus and
Yep.
surgery.
Yep.
Right.
Nice.
4 momentum generated. Doctor, you owe me 7 challenge dice.
Oh, I never knew Raxa was a part of the Blue Man
There we
Group.
go.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, can we give it vicious with a momentum?
No.
Isn't there a version of vicious for extended
It-
attacks? Triumphant?
Yep, it's a talent that does that.
Oh,
Well, and it depends on what it's for. Like, I
Mhm.
know there's one for engineers.
There's one commanders can do if they're helping people. That's Tharlik's cool thing, I think.
Yeah.
right.
that.
Okay. Just wanted to ask.
That is right now with the resistance. That's 5 work. You have a breakthrough as is, unless you want to shave down.
Question.
What's the work
sorry.
track?
Yeah, did you buy down the work track?
I have not. It's at 6 of 15 currently.
Okay, so 6 of 15. You could. You could.
Yeah.
Fill the work track.
You would just leave the lads no momentum.
No
but you could.
momentum.
The question is, do you
If
care?
you need at least 2, I can still buy some good dice.
Yeah, I think it's probably better because you have more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. We're not up against the wall here, so I.
But we
slowly
do
said
have the 4 that
this.
we can't. Yeah. That'll go away if we don't use it. So.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
you've
can
got
definitely use
4.
that.
Yeah. I mean, use 2 of it on piercing, for sure. So you go back up to...
Put you if you shave away the resistance, you're sitting at 14 of 15 work.
And it
Okay.
spends the other 2 into just... or you don't even need to spend 2, you just need to spend 1 into thing, and there you go. You've got 2 breakthroughs,
It's true.
Yeah, let's do it.
and you've got to float for whatever. Question about what is being found out while we're doing the nanites could be a thing.
So it doesn't go down to 2, it goes down to 1 because you got 2. Whoops. Come back. Let me edit. Got 3 magnitude, a 5, work 15. Difficulty is down to 1. There's a couple things you can learn. One of which is that the nanites attack.
Oh,
The second
Oh,
thing
that
is
is very
you are able
Um.
to. The second magnitude is you can instead of pen rolling it, your science people can try to counter the nanohive's programming and try to stop the attack while it's
Right.
happening. Because you guys are
Yeah.
already in his chest anyways. Like,
Sounds good.
the nanites are attacking. What do we do? It's like, give us a second, or is either let his body deal with it or let us deal with it, sort of thing. So let me
Pulls
build
out
the hazard
disruptor.
here. I'll shoot them down. No. And the captain's dead. Tells you
There
our
are no-
assassin plan complete. The most
There are no
convoluted
nanites if there's no
assassination.
body.
Convoluted assassination plan, but goddamn if it didn't work.
Exactly.
I'd imagine we didn't allow the disruptor pistol into medbay.
It's your medbay. Did you allow the disruptor pistol?
I mean, would you
Absolutely
even
not.
need a disruptor
Oh,
pistol? You could
no.
just have him bleed out and be like, "Oh yeah,
Oh,
the nanobots killed him."
What are you saying? Oh no, for this is like the second week in a row he's done this to me.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a reason you're going through all this trouble to get it out of his chest.
Yeah. This is. Oh no. This is just. Oh, Tuesday.
So it's
Yeah, I
probably
know.
going to be like diff 5 and yeah.
There's literally no
Listen, if you
other
start to
person-
bleed out, I still have your determination. It's fine.
I said so it's like fitness medicine.
Fitness medicine, yep.
And what would
Or
the,
it can be
scientists- yes.
control plus science for the sciences, and they can assist each other.
I'd say the sciences.
Something tells me that's a better role.
Well, I mean, control science for Laura is a 9 and a 4.
Well, you got Draben.
Oh, they're both 9s and 4s. Never mind.
One's a roboticist, the other is a. What is Driven good at?
Programmer.
Oh, hell.
God.
Thing.
There you go.
What is Draven good at?
Well, yeah, the thing that gives him the special stuff when he's dealing with computers.
See, what Draven has is a determination.
That too.
That's
Talora
also
does
true.
not have anything like that yet, because this is her second activation, technically.
Would that computer expertise come into play?
Let me think. I clicked away just as you asked me that question. That's on me.
Whenever you attempt to tackle
Ye-
involves the programming.
Reading it out loud always makes me tune it out. Sorry, I have to read it myself.
Yep. No, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get that.
I know it's a quirk. Some people prefer it the other way around. I don't understand it,
Yeah,
but it works. I don't know. That would apply, yes.
Then he automatically gets a free D20 on that. So yeah, I'd say Draben is probably the best.
Go for it.
You
Then.
could spend like, who's rolling for him?
Technically me. Yeah.
So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Still pinned. It still works.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so-
in the end.
So he has 3 dice. You can spend more momentum if you want.
Or give me a threat.
Yes.
Why would we do that?
Fun.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. That's what we're here for.
I'm going to spend 2 momentum to get up to the next die.
Considering the fact that threat got us into this situation, spending threat to get out of it doesn't seem smart. To
You
get
see,
into indefinite
Klingons-
threat slavery.
Klingons, the Klingon game. That is precisely what happens every damn time.
That
I give them
would-
a 1 threat mission. I'll suddenly have 30 threats somehow. Like, you guys are supposed to be taking it easy. How do I have so much threat?
Where you
Worked
hit
out for
100
me
threat.
last week. It didn't work out for literally anyone else, but it worked out for me.
What was the attribute?
control control science.
Control science.
Okay.
Nice.
So that means she could technically assist with insight science.
I suppose so. Yeah.
As I roll another 14. That is the
Nice.
third 14 in a row, by the way.
Gain a momentum at
Nice.
least. But yeah, between Driven and Talora, they're able to they're able to counter hack they're able to hack, the nanohive to trigger the self-destruct sequence in the nanite, like the self-destruct sequence in the nanites that are moving around, so they just become inert bits of metal. It's like, oh, you're done now. You don't have to keep doing whatever it is you're doing. Please stop doing that, because they can't do complicated commands right now, because if they don't act quickly, his brain's gonna get melted. It's like, just shut off right now. Okay.
The
How about
simple
the
solution
nanohive?
is just-
That's a different
yeah.
problem. You have
It's
to
just-
physically touch the thing to shut it off, so we can't do that from here.
It's transmitting to the nanites, mission accomplished, basically, and they're like, oh, okay, turn off.
Yeah.
It's like, shh, we lied to them.
But yeah, it's between the two magnitude. One is that there was a random interval when he had the attack, because you guys succeeded at stopping it. The nanohive was told to do that, but you guys don't know on what frequency on subspace. Like, none of the subspace channels say that anyone talked to him, but something told it, because that's how Dreva and Tel'Ura got in. They found a frequency to talk to the nanites. They said, okay, nanites, mission accomplished, stop what you're doing. But even then, it was an imperfect. They try to see if they can continue to influence nanites on that frequency, and it doesn't work. So it's almost like there's a temporary channel created.
Jim?
Yeah.
Is it possible to spend 2 momentum to create an advantage if they have an idea?
You can spend 1 to obtain information.
Sure.
It came from here.
Where's here?
Signal. Alcara.
Oh.
What a surprise!
Trailblazer finally wants you dead.
Surprise Pikachu face.
It took him long enough.
What a surprise. More people trying to kill me from random places of the universe.
It's not random, we've been there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not random at all.
They want to kill you because we've been there, probably.
So when are you going to start picking beings from outside the universe to try and kill me?
He already has.
I feel like
Any other spends you wish to obtain information with?
Yes.
I will say with the second magnitude. Sorry, I forgot to mention. The second magnitude in actuality is because the attack was me spending threat. That wasn't a magnitude thing. That was just a funny bit of timing. I was like, I probably should attack now, because I'm not going to get to here in a second. The second thing is that the nanohive does not have to create that type of nanite or stiletto nanites. Basically, they turn into little things that shock your brain and then melt it. Basically, well, not necessarily melt it, but do just enough damage to make you brain dead anyway. But the nanohive could do something else. It's just being told to make a certain thing. It's like a replicator, except nanites. It only knows certain recipes.
Are we able to decipher whether the signal received was Alcaran, Aldemonan, or Iconian?
For a momentum spend, I can answer that.
I think it's worth it.
Iconian.
So it's the prick who stabbed me.
Makes
Probably.
sense.
I mean,
That's
we
kind of
basically
where we
already
narrowed
knew
it
that.
down to when you got it, so.
I mean, how petty can he be? You failed to fully kill me the first time, so you just keep pressing the button.
Mission not yet accomplished. What do you mean not accomplished? His brain should be so much jello. How hard is this? Melt the brain of the primitive. What the hell are you doing wrong? Is this brain made of uranium? What's the deal?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Maybe not
Well,
his brain, but his
He is
skull.
pretty dense.
Yeah, dear cranium.
Uranium.
Uranium.
On the back of that roll, though, we look at, is there anything Rylef or Thralic are up to during these few days?
I'll be coordinating more with Khan probably, to prepare for the jump across potentially hostile space.
Okay. Give me presence or control plus command or con. Difficulty 2 to it's called diff 3 actually. To kind of get all the ducks in a row, see all the astronavigation meetings, talk to the navigators, but also you're adding the extra layer of difficulty of you're trying to tell them as little as possible about what you're doing and why you're doing it, but you still need clear answers from them.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that.
Presence. And focus in guidance here.
Sure, yeah. Sorry, I'll stop now. Brain was just there for some reason.
Slowly just drifting. All right, I'll spend 1 momentum for an extra die. Use the trait of Hoplite Commander here, operating under. Well,
Diff 2, you're right.
Yeah.
You are correct. Clicking on things is hard, apparently. There
That's 2 hits.
we go. So you'll have an advantage down the line when jumping through that particular stretch.
Cool.
Because at least from the con side of things, because you're not only are you well briefed on what con can and can't do, but they're also well briefed on what they can and cannot do. While also not asking too many questions. Like, look, these don't ask about this, that, or the other. Just do this. This is what we're doing. Oh, we get it now. Read between the lines.
Yeah.
You know.
And I have 2 con officers who are fully briefed, because I will have fully briefed my lead con officer when I got the chance. And then also Ensign Sidak was in the briefing. Or Sidak will have briefed, whatever.
Right. Anything Rylef is doing during this interval?
Yes. It's probably going to be like pulling teeth, but I'm
Okay.
going to talk to our little Elkaran friend
Oh,
and find what information, if any, can be provided about Iconian vessels that we might be expected to encounter. Because I cannot make any tactical plan or recommendations for our survival and the completion of the mission with none of that information.
Yeah, that makes sense. A whole lot of sense.
Yes, I
either
advise
presence-
we keep at a distance.
either presence security difficulty 1 or 1 momentum, and he'll just tell you. But you could roll and just really impress upon him for him to give you extra details and stuff like that. But just simply ask him, I have a valid reason to ask for this classified information. All right.
Yes.
It's in Div 1 is just him like there's a bare minimum within galactic law I have to ask you to justify, but he's like has the pad ready to go, like go on. Like this is the easiest order in the world, but technically we have to fill out this form.
Yes.
Do the bureaucracy.
Well,
And it's also, you had to ask first.
yep.
Is probably one of the things.
It's like you didn't ask. It's like if you don't ask me, I can't tell you what. Containment of information. But yeah, no. You can either roll for it or just spend. And just
I'll roll for it, but I'm paranoid.
Comp increase. Actually, you know what? I'll go with the other one. I'll make a diff increase. That makes more sense.
Oh.
Because you might straight up not believe him. Is this the real report? Yes. Really? Yes. I'm an Alcarian.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. That's why I hate working with Romulans. God damn it.
Like he's ever dealt with a Romulan before?
He probably hasn't.
It's like that riddle. One of us tells the truth, one of us lies.
Okay. I actually don't think I have a focus.
Yeah, how often do
Like-
you just make requisition orders?
Yeah, like it's information for the purpose of ensuring our survival, but I do not think a focus in
No.
survival is applicable.
Yeah, none of them fire really.
Yeah, I'm not investigating anything. I'm just asking for it. So, what are our directives even?
Directive 1,
Oh, that's
deactivate or destroy the gate. Directive 2, well, Directive 1's always prime directive. Second directive is disable or destroy the gate. Directive 3 was get there as soon as possible.
okay for Directive 2, because we will be unable to achieve that if we do not have a proper tactical understanding of the situation.
I will take that. Yep.
Which is
Hen-
yeah.
Hence why he's so quick to be helpful. He's like, yeah, that's kind of in your
makes
mission.
sense. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, I still got 2 hits, and then I keep it. That's stupid. That is so stupid.
Do.
Gonna have to introduce a server rule. Rylov's player can never take veteran.
Why not? I have characters that don't have veteran. You guys just haven't really met them.
Boop.
Corbinian
Something
has.
is-
It was
There is something you can see, only you can see right now, and there'll be another one that you can totally see.
lovely. Oh, less lovely.
There you go. Do. Arlen and Van, while Ryloff reads over that. Scientific method time.
That's rough. I unfortunately, so I get a third die with testing theory into practice. It lowers the difficulty of whatever the difficulty would be
Right.
by 1.
And you have like what, 4 hits total in that direction?
5.
5. My bad.
I was gonna say, I think it was 5.
It was 5.
Yeah, 5.
I'll mark it on your things. Like, that makes because you have 3 theories.
The only problem is I now no longer have enough momentum to buy a 4th die.
You didn't give me threat.
Rerolls either.
Gee, if only threat was a thing.
Yeah, 1 and 1.
Oh, can I do 1 and 1?
You can.
Yes.
You can mix.
Okay, 1 and 1. I get 4 dice.
I can't do anything with 1
No
threat
focus.
usually. I can buy a die for opposing. That's it. Because obtained
Yeah, well-
information is irrelevant to the GM. The GM already knows.
I mean, you say that, but we give you 1 thread dozens of
That is-
times.
It's
That is
true.
2
It does
1.
add up.
I rolled 2 1s.
So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I believe.
Yeah.
You may continue.
Oh.
I think Ink we need to switch tracks.
Huh. Okay.
I'm gonna send you a thing, Gio. 'Cause I don't know if this is a typo or some kind of technology.
Whoops, I guess we're going transporter replicators. Here's next.
So are you hitting science this time around or the surgery?
Oh, I don't think Asa did anything this week.
Oh, it's true. Asa, what are you up to? Sorry, I thought you assisted. I thought
Um,
Asa assisted with the surgery for some reason. I'm incorrect.
They have it covered, and Asa's not a surgeon. But I was wondering, could I, considering all of the like obvious clandestine activity we're engaging, and the fact that all civilians left, can I like check in on morale on the ship and make sure everyone is like doing okay?
You certainly could. Presence or reason plus medicine difficulty of 3.
Focus in empathy, maybe.
I take that.
Presence. Could I sell you an insight if I'm trying to read into people's state of mind?
You could.
Okay. Thank you. Take a threat.
At present, the crew in general is steeled because the Achilles is a ship of veterans for the most part. You know, they have hoplites aboard. They're a battle-hardened crew with people who are specialized in quantum. They fought pirates. They have medics who are able to make do with what little they have. So the bulk of the serving ship is doing pretty okay. Some of these people are veterans from the Tiger Squadron era, when the Achilles was first fielded. So that's okay. However, your senior staff has seen better days. Lieutenant Arlen is constantly worrying about Yolan. Although he just avoids talking about him as much as possible. That he's just avoiding the topic. But it's one of those. It's in a way, it's good that Yolan isn't here. You get the feeling that if he was here while you're on this mission, he probably was going to be suffering under that trauma for the entirety of the final battle. So it's a good thing he's not here. But just don't bring it up. If you don't ask, he won't tell. But that is a trauma he needs to deal with at some point. But the patient kind of has to.
And if you do ask, I very promptly change the topic, almost violently change the topic.
Ensign Ven still is kind of worried. Still seems to be jumpy around knives, clubs. He doesn't attend to melee training very often. He gets spooked easily, even with like training, like wiffle bat things, like things that aren't actually affecting him. He has almost a phobic reaction to it.
Also, just all the stuff about now being a new ensign and what that means now that he's no longer just a regular.
We didn't like scar him when when the kids jumped him, did we?
No.
Yes.
Oh, actually, yeah. Technically, that's sort of it. You probably totally caught up to him, and it's like, are you okay? We're just playing. Sorry. You hurt? No, I'm okay. Have a good day, children. Oh, okay. Oh, that wasn't nearly as fun as we thought it was gonna be. Yikes.
Yeah,
that scene from Iron Man 3. Are you having a panic attack right now? Is it because of space?
Cadet Saral is spending a lot of time, almost obsessive compulsively, studying intently time travel mechanics. Like prevention methods, how to sense when you're time traveling. She checks the ship's chronometer manually. Like you can ask the computer, what's the ship's chronometer? And it'll tell you what the ship's chronometer is. That's like the actual manual clock sitting next to the computer core that makes sure what the ship's time is in case you straight up forgot the time. You can just check. And in a time travel emergency, you check the chronometer. What is time according to the ship? Because that matters. And that's something that even the TOS era had. It's just a good thing to have. You can just ask the computer. She goes down there, she'll ask the computer, then she'll go down and she'll visually check it for herself. There's nothing illegal about that, but that's not a healthy way to deal with your fear of time travel.
Yeah, no, it's waking it, it's in the middle of the night, like after you've already locked the door, going downstairs and making sure the door is locked multiple times.
And Cadet Zeft, he actually shows up one time on one of those days. He actually wants to talk to you, and you're talking to him, and he doesn't seem all that disturbed. He doesn't seem all that scared or nothing. Actually, surprisingly, the cadet's taking this in stride, and then you look into his history and realize Zeft has been through a few things himself. But yay, Tiger Squadron. But he's not battle hardened or nothing. He's just a little more steeled than your average cadet. Average Federation citizen, never mind that. But at the end of it, it turns into one of those, well, why did you want to talk to me? That because eventually the question becomes, okay, so you wanted to talk. So let's stop dancing around the issue. What is it? And then it turns into, well, I have the feeling that we're not coming back. I don't mean that I've given up hope that this is pointless or anything like that, but it's sort of like how you know that if you are holding a baseball, and if you let go of it, it'll fall to the ground. It's not a matter. There's no morality to it or anything. It's just going to happen. The ball will fall and hit the ground.
you feel resigned to this fate? You've accepted it?
I don't know. I think it's weird that I'm okay with it. Like, I feel like I should be, I don't know, scared or panicked or trying to do something about it. But I don't know. I just have this sense that the ship is going. I don't know if it's going to be destroyed. That's not the feeling. It's not like I'm feeling death. It feels like we're not going to go back to Narendra. Like, we're not going to get to go home. Does that make any sense? I'm trying to make sense with this, but I don't know.
Okay. Can I make a roll to analyze this? Because in character, she'd probably know what this is, but out of character, my only guess is that this is some sort of like dissociation, and I'm not sure about that.
You could give me presence medicine difficulty of 2. Like, because you have to keep talking to him to basically diagnose him quickly. Like, hey, or it could be reason. It could be reason or presence, because you're actually trying to diagnose, are you dissociating right now?
Focus and conversation.
Yep.
Wouldn't hope to have a focus and complication. 1 threat.
Roger. You talk to him and you ask him some questions, unrelated stuff. Just, what do you think of my couch? Did you like your meal today? Like, you're asking unrelated stuff to kind of make him move from one foot to the other mentally to try to see where he's at. And he's cognizant. He's fully aware of what's going on. And he seems kind of like he's confused and almost like he's starting to catch on, which the problem with dealing with smart people as mental health patients, they sometimes catch on to what you're trying to do and they might frustrate it. But he isn't. He's doing his best to help. And he's because he wants to know. Eventually, at the end of it, you're like, if you didn't know better, because the Nobulans aren't known for this, but you get the feeling there are some species like Vulcans and Betazoids and certain humans and some Bajorans that have extrasensory perception. They have this sense that something's off. They can sense. Their brain is able to put together disparate things. Yeah, they literally have a bad feeling about this. The theories on that are manifold. That's going into parapsychology stuff, but in short, it's almost like he's acting like someone who had a vision, who had an ESP vision, either through alien reach out or he felt something in the ocean of consciousness, or who knows. But he's gotten information from a paranormal or extrasensory source.
Right.
And the patient doesn't quite realize that's happened. Like, it's almost like he used ESP without meaning to, which normally if you do have ESP, you would be aware of it.
If he's like stumbled on, okay, this is very interesting. Okay, so I'm not going to tell the cadet this, at least not right away, but I'm going to like make a note of this and say, okay, cadet, I believe this could be a few things. I think the stress and the inherent danger of what we're facing is causing a degree of catastrophizing. You're assuming things are going to go wrong, and a degree of dissociation about that fate. And I would like to run you through some therapeutic techniques to help you understand that, and then once we do that, I would like to take these findings and go to the commander.
Okay. Whatever you say, counselor. Let's do this. Yeah. He seems a lot more buoyed. Like, yeah, now I have because he has a very engineering mind of, I want to fix the thing. The thing's my brain. How do I fix that?
The debugging program has identified, which lines are written incorrectly, and now you just got to fix them.
Like, something tells me Gerbil's method of fixing things will not fix my brain.
I have this hyper spanner. No, keep away from me.
Nothing low progressive maintenance can't solve.
I believe we look to science team at this point, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm with the science team.
Yeah,
Ensign, you appear to be suffering from anxiety, but it's nothing a little lobotomy wouldn't cure.
No.
No, no, no.
No.
But
Okay.
yes.
No, damn you.
But no. All right. Transporters, replicators, focus.
Yeah, that's the next best thing I can think of.
I
Speaking
got to watch one of those
of,
for university. Anyway.
I'm assuming because we're changing tack, I can't use testing a theory into practice
Correct.
just yet.
Not on the
Okay.
first roll, but on the subsequent rolls it'll fire.
Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna roll. Take a threat.
Roger.
and we're still using science, or do we want? I guess we're using science.
It has to be science.
Yeah, once it's started
Doesn't
at
have
science,
to.
it stays that way for the whole scientific method.
Okay.
Unless you restart the whole process. That's a total of 3 hits.
Yeah.
You may continue.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Oop.
No, it is because I gave you a third die with red. Right. Okay.
We've now entered the point of where you would want to start warping like crazy. If you're going to
Crap.
do it, this is where you do it.
Y'all are still pretty far ahead of the Klingons, though. Yeah, might. Oh, never mind. I take that back. Statement redacted.
All right.
Up to you, Commander.
You'll make it most of the way across as the Klingons are arriving, right?
Well, because we don't move at the same speed. So the Klingons have 5 hexes, and we have 7 hexes, but we move faster than them.
I think it's going to take you both two rounds to make it.
Depends how hard you push it. If you push the engines as hard as you can, you could zip across this in one go while they move like 2 or 3 hexes. Or it might take you 2 shots to get across. It depends how hard you're going to push your engines.
But it doesn't look like you have to, because if the Klingons don't speed up, you're going to be across by the time they get to the planet.
It's
Yeah,
also
it
assumed
does.
to be a regularly patrolled way anyway, given it's between
Mhm.
2 of their territories.
Yeah.
That's it. Are we trying to sync our movements up? Was that a goal?
No,
Okay, so it doesn't matter.
you're trying to y'all know the Klingons are gonna like fight a battle here, so you
Okay.
want to be out over here when that starts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm going to talk to Khan, see how much they can get out of the engines without Arlen down in engineering managing everything.
They can, if they just do 1 hour hops, it's going to take them 2 to do it.
Okay.
But it's just because if they without the improvements, they risk damaging the core, which will cause tachyonic displacement,
Yeah.
or they risk structural integrity failures. Which, in a pinch, since this is so important, they do suggest that if you don't care about the breaches happening to the structure, they can just push through it. It's just you're going to leave. There's panels are going to get warped and sunk out of place, and some of the ablation's going to wear off because they're going to be damaging the ship. They don't suggest
So
doing
again,
that,
teeth
but you're the
rattling
one that said
speed.
this is important, so.
And you do still have to fight a battle on the other side of this.
All right. I'm gonna go down and talk to Arlen.
Okay, you find Arlen and Ven looking over complex transporter replicator algorithms and theoreticals and so on and so on.
Lieutenant Arlen, what's your progress?
I was afraid of that. We were chasing quantum mechanics, but didn't get anywhere with it. We're trying to back off and go from a more mechanical angle, but we don't have anything definitive yet. Maybe another week if we throw ourselves at this.
I need results sooner than then.
All right.
We'll be
well.
moving at maximum safe warp across contested territory.
Well, we'll see if we can't pull this quantum entangled rabbit out of a hat.
Asking for a miracle, that's what Starfleet's here for.
Very good, Ensign. All right, gentlemen. Continue your work.
So who's going first on this interval? Want to do medical and get that out of the way, folks?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
I
some
think
medical
so.
people aren't here, I think. Actually, I just realized.
All right. Hey,
Cabal's
Ven,
You
fine.
want
guys
to
don't
switch?
have to go. If you don't have the momentum, is there a
I'm-
way we could generate momentum for them if they need it?
You could do stuff over here with you three, and you might do something else that might generate momentum for them.
Because
Do you need it?
if I could get 2, that'd be great. Because then I can buy a 4th die and a reroll.
This suggestion, y'all are in a tense situation. The commander could go through and do a rally, maybe, or something like that.
I was just
Yeah,
going to
if you'd allow
suggest this
to.
is like the perfect time for a speech.
Commander?
Yeah? Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
We
Uh,
suggested that maybe the commander could rally and...
You want
GM?
it?
Would this be a time I could rally?
You could, yeah.
All right, then yeah. Oh, who did we lose? Never mind. I think Threllick spent the last 6 hours having a series of meetings with different officers, ship's personnel, going over some aspects of the mission. Still very much information quarantine, but I've talked to, I think, probably the sub-lieutenant with Lieutenant Rylov about our change in mission. And now I'm going to be making a general call across ship. All hands, this is Commander Thrallick. We're about to be heading in.
There you go.
All hands, this is Commander Thrallick. We're about to be heading into potentially hostile space, and after that we'll be on the final leg of our journey to what I assure you is a very important and dangerous mission. You'll all be getting further briefings from your direct superiors in the coming days as we approach our final destination. But know that until then, this ship and this crew are going to be pushing hard to get to a place where we can hopefully save a lot of lives. It's an honor serving with all of you and going into what is likely to be battle. The bonds that this crew has formed together over the last 6 years have been tremendous.
Presence plus command, difficulty 0.
All right. Focus in team dynamics here.
Yep.
Trait of Hoplite Commander.
1 free hit.
Trait of Military Family.
2 hits.
Right. And yeah, I'll give you one threat for third die. Why not? All right. That's
Who
Yes,
did
I have a
that?
threat.
Huh? Oh, whoops.
Hand the
I
thread to everyone.
I did not notice that for too long.
The GM turned into bloody Oprah for a second.
Clicked the wrong button. I was wondering what you're worried about. I was like, huh? Something must have happened over on the roll table. I wonder what's going on.
I had that thought too for a second. I was like, no, my roll's fine.
3 momentum generated.
Plus 2 for traits.
Plus 2, yep.
So 5 momentum.
All right, Ven. Give it all she's got.
I was gonna say I could spend all 5 of that.
Yeah.
So I am rolling 5 dice. No focus. Do have a reroll on the board.
You can spend all 5 if you don't want the captain to keep living.
No, that's why you give me threat instead.
And so the difficulty goes down by 1 because testing a theory into practice.
Okay.
Now we know Ven's true purpose.
Reroll 1. Okay, that's 4 hits. 4 hits.
We were so suspicious of the Romulans, it was Ven right under our noses the whole time.
Through transporters and replicators, you can, in fact, in a sense, transport an increase in heat. In fact, the U.S.S. Victoria uses a type of transporter replicator modification to displace heat. Great amounts of heat. And starships make a lot of heat. So if you want to make the ship suddenly cold or make one room really, really hot, you could transport all that heat somewhere. It's power intensive. Because you have to generate the heat and you have to transport it, but you could do it. The downside is you need to do it with shields down because you'd have to beam it to where the battery is.
Yeah, again, we're utilizing the transporter system's Heisenberg compensator.
Yeah, but shields still baffle transporting things is the problem, or replicating things somewhere else.
Yeah,
so you'd have to get it through their shield somehow, and or have the shields down.
All right.
Their shields or our shields or both?
Because of the work they put through, they only need the other side shields to be down. Your shields can still be up. If you do it with both shields down, the difficulty of that beam would be easier because it's a clear shot. But all they're trying to do is scatter heat into a room until it's so hot in there the battery doesn't work anymore, or it doesn't work as well.
We're not so much as concerned about molecular cohesion at this point.
Yes. Yeah. If anything, you're trying to excite the molecular cohesion over there in the first place to generate heat.
Yeah.
So you kind of want it to screw up in a way, because it's not going to screw up to the negative; it's going to screw up in the positive generally.
Yeah, we're not trying to beam an accurate object in there. We're trying to beam the vague idea of heat.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I'll put it this way: you need one. You can do it through one set of shields, not two. So either their shields are up and yours are down, or yours are up and theirs are down.
Okay.
If both are
that's
down,
better.
it's easier.
Okay.
That's interesting.
We can drop our shields much easily than we can drop theirs.
Can we start running with this idea and start creating any advantages, setting up protocols and algorithms to help with this?
I will say that you wouldn't. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, a real problem with real world space travel is that spaceships generate a lot of heat, and in the vacuum of space, there's no way to get rid of that heat. So, presumably from the warp core or something else, that the ship has a lot of excess heat that you could warp.
Yeah,
or teleport, transport.
Yeah, probably thousands of degrees Kelvin.
Yeah, so it's not like you guys are lacking in heat somewhere, and the ship's like, oh, we want us to get heat or put heat somewhere? Sure, we can do that. We have plenty to spare. Where do you want it? But yeah, you would need with the complication I'm creating with 2 threat is that you would need a space dock to at all make this easier, because your ship is designed the way it is at a very sensitive balance. If you I'll actually put it to this. I'll actually give you a give and take. You could, but for every advantage you create, you're creating a complication, because you're messing with how the ship works, or how temperature balances work, or how the transporter works, and anything that's off balance can put everything else off balance.
So essentially, it would be redlining in the transport systems.
Without the talent, basically, yeah.
Okay.
That's
another option is I could just straight up redline sensors, because that would be the system used for it.
It's true.
Yeah, that probably sounds better, actually.
Here's the other thing, because we're at this point in things. I do have some metals I can burn to make some bonus momentum for creating advantages.
You could. Just the same rule, the same give and take applies.
Do we want to make any advantages for this?
I have a few means of dealing with complications, and if I overclock the sensors by 2, I would have 2 floating momentum to quash complications if they would ever come up.
I think the problem is that if Ven is gonna do this, he'd have to do it at this point, because it's connected to the role.
Yep.
So either he's doing it now or he's not, or he's doing it while he's assisting you, or he's doing something else. But you'd be the main roller on Redline, presumably. Yeah, it'd have to be, because it's your talent. Duh.
In which case, I'm going to bring these options to the commander, and what does she want me to do? Because this is a big call that could do some serious harm to us, or it could also completely slag their power generation system. But it's a really big risk. Does the commander want me to try to fuss our systems even further to make this to gamble on this system?
But by the way, Zeft has reported in his weird findings on Aza's recommendation.
All right.
I specifically wanted to talk to the commander at a time.
Whoops. Sorry. No, you can talk to him. Sorry, my bad. I had it mixed up in my head. That's my bad.
Okay.
That's right, because you specifically told the cadet take it easy. Everything's fine, cadet. Don't worry about it. Commander.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How likely do you think this plan is to work? Give me an honest assessment here. Both of
I
you.
have to try and figure out what are my odds here.
33.33 repeating.
As it is right now, you are looking at. Let me break down the beam. Let's presume you're doing it from the proper thing. Let's presume it's being done from the transporter room. Presume that they're going to try to counter what you're doing. The shields are going to be an issue. It's a novel way to do what you're doing. And then, of course, the complications, because you're doing something that could... Oh, well, actually, right now, complications is this. That's the whole point of this.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to spend this so I can tag it to that particular role. Put it up to that. That's the role at present without you guys doing anything. It's control engineering, div 5, comp 1, sensors engineering.
Okay. And if I pump advantages into it, it increases the comp, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it decreases the difficulty because you're creating advantages.
In that case, how about I
Also, I'll
drop?
warn you, because it's something your character would know. At the moment of the beam, it is entirely possible that certain complications may arrive on site that you did not predict ahead of time, but you can guess that somewhere between 1 to 3 extra difficulty may arise. Any more than that is incredibly unlikely.
1 to 3 additional.
My thought then is maybe pump 2 advantages into this.
I'm willing to take
Lieutenant
that risk.
Arlen, you highlighted the opportunity to redline our sensor systems to give transporters a better chance at locking on target and executing the mission.
Correct. It stress out our power. It would stress out our system. So if anything goes wrong, it's going to go wrong hard. But it would give us a little bit of a edge. Once the transport signal has resolved, I might be able to use the red line to create an advantage on the other end.
All right. Ensign, you're authorized to make the necessary modifications. The system, Lieutenant Arlen, I'll want you on standby when we're conducting the procedure. I'm going to talk to Khan about getting us some seriously effective evasive maneuvers in the instance that we have to fly in there without shields.
All right, I'll get to work on, oh boy, completely overhauling the Heisenberg compensators. Okay, here we go. And Ven is going to burn his Starfleet Medal of Honor and his Starfleet Medal of Honor cluster
So
to generate 4
2
bonus
dips.
momentum, which I pump into creating advantages.
So diff drops from 5 to 3. Comp jumps up by 2.
Yep.
Copying that into the Discord so I don't lose it. Let's label it so I don't forget what the hell those numbers even are about. Transporting heat to frustrate the 0-point batteries. Apologies for the all cap, but it helps me spell better. So that's Ven and Arlen's report. Aza wanted to talk to Threlic.
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
privately.
I'll see you in my office. Counselor?
Thank you, Commander. Once there, she'll come in with a pad, and she looks perturbed, to say the least. Commander, recently I spoke to one Ensign Zeft. He expressed a fear that would. I'm sorry?
Cadet
It's
Zeth.
still dead.
Oh, I apologize. A cadet Zeft. He expressed a fear not uncommon among the crew. He expressed anxiety about our chances in the mission and a level of what I labeled a disassociated resignedness about our chances moving forward. I thought at first that he was having a mental breakdown because of the circumstances, the stress. But upon further analysis, and under any other circumstance, I would not break medical privacy, but I think you need to know this. It appears that he has accidentally triggered a level of ESP foresight that he seemingly has not predicted the future, but has a hunch about it. And that, from my analysis, he might be more likely to be right than wrong.
That's a strong
And
possibility given our current mission. And
So,
given the cadets' hyperspace awareness, I wouldn't be surprised if some ESP abilities manifested themselves.
I didn't tell the cadet this. I did not want to send the what amounts to a child into a full-blown panic about his. I did not want to confirm his fears of his upcoming death, but I thought you needed to know, because if our chances aren't great, then
Yeah. I can speak to the cadet. I have some experience in the kind of like pauses for a second. I have some experience in what he's experiencing, I guess. Best way to put it.
right. Commander.
While I haven't received any premonitions myself, I know what we're going into. The cadet doesn't.
Is your goal here to soothe his fears, or are you searching for information? Because we need to know more, but I do not want to break a man's mind together.
I believe that Cadet Zeft is strong. And that my own experiences may provide some context for him.
Right. She'll slide over a pen and say, these are my notes from the session. Use them as you see fit.
Thank you, Counselor.
You know, this is not my first time being in a situation like this, but it really doesn't get easier with practice. She'll step out of the room.
No, it certainly doesn't.
We cut to the medical bay. I gain 2 threat.
I have so many meetings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what
Welcome to being
management's
in
all
command.
about.
Yeah, it's great.
You have to have meetings about your upcoming meetings to discuss the new meetings.
That's what this was.
Don't worry, I haven't even told you about the Iconian ships yet.
Well, that's on. I'm going to be calling a senior staff meeting after I talk to the cadet.
Yeah, no. Rylo's going to talk to a cadet as well.
I'm busy.
So, out of one of just striding into the friggin' room, David Taven shows up behind Drebin and Talora to the surprise of Kobuk.
I just give him a curt wave and point towards the counselor's office, trying to avoid attention.
What did Talora, Drebin, or Kobuk do? Because that's a 10-year-old kid who shouldn't be on the ship right now.
No. What's he doing here?
I'm a member of the medical department.
No, you're not.
I was not aware that Starfleet recruited this young.
Well, it's a
We
junior
don't.
program. Why don't I wait in the counselor's office?
Do you not normally call security for this?
I don't think the door opens. Oh, open door policy. The counselor probably is alerted that someone's in her office right now. Because you probably wouldn't keep files in there, but you'd be like, oh, someone's coming into my office. Either I care about that, or maybe it's important. I don't know yet. I might be busy.
Did he somehow do some fuckery when he had that tricorder?
Okay, I'm just picturing like Aza's like out doing, she probably just came back from the meeting with the commander and she'll get this alert and she's like, oh, That must mean someone needs to see me, and I will walk down to the medical office.
Oh no. I want to see that surgery. That would be really cool to see. So I need to find a Jeffrey's tube.
In the counselor's
Oh
office.
no!
Quickly!
Daring plus con difficulty opposed by Aza's. I don't know. The
I
hell
mean,
am
that
even
really
doing?
sounds like insight
Security?
security to me.
It's
Control or
insight
insight.
Insight security, sure.
Okay, well, my insight's my best score, so let's go with that.
This is player on player. You're both allies. It's just so there's no momentum gained here. Just be aware.
All right.
I just kind of want Winchester to win because I think it would be useful to canonize that there is in fact Jeffrey's tube in my office. Like next time we're boarded by an enemy and like I need to hide, how useful would that be?
Uh-huh.
Determination on always be inquisitive, and you shall find the profits.
I mean, you're not wrong, kid.
Yeah. That's where you're going.
Them all right.
I'm just gonna spend one threat and just roll flat with 3 dice.
Okay.
I have a
Oh, no.
1.
Well,
Hey,
the kid wins.
remember when Thralic taught us about guerrilla warfare? Can I use military history as a focus?
Technically, yeah.
I only have a 1, so it doesn't matter.
I didn't teach them about guerrilla warfare.
It's in military history. It's how the Andorians defeated those guerrillas on Endor.
Guys, let's
I only had a 1 in con, so it didn't matter, but that's 4 successes.
look. Let's be honest. It's eventually going to reach the point where the Iconians are going to invade the ship, only to be stopped by a series of Home Alone-esque traps set up by.
They're gonna slip on banana peel that sends them over the edge into the warp core.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie, that was my
Much-
secret hope with Gerbil. That something like that would happen.
Jim, how much to make this episode happen?
It's already happening. What are you talking about? Aza, yeah, there's no one in your office.
I mean, you could
They
talk
could have
to
just
Kobe.
left, or maybe someone walked in and didn't walk back out again.
Can I spend? Oh, we didn't earn momentum off of that. That's right.
No.
Well, didn't you have 1 success over me?
But it's player to player. You don't generate
Player to
momentum
player.
doing that.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna step over to the cadet and say, Cadet Kobik, I got an alert that someone was in my office. Did you see someone go by?
Kobeck better keep his mouth shut.
I mean,
Yeah.
someone's just gonna look at the
God.
cadet, then look at the commander,
What?
like.
I listened to what.
Why
Thralic
is this
taught.
child terrifying?
Any of you are free to speak for Kobuk. I won't make him hostile, as it were.
I'm trying to preserve my voice, so I'll pass.
I don't remember Coke's voice. Anyway, yes, like yes, counselor. I saw the specialist's son go in.
Offspring?
Offspring.
Mighty curious, then. She's just gonna frown and tap her fingers along the edge of the desk. Maybe he needs to talk about something and got nervous.
He should not be on the ship.
I
Says
did
I'll
not.
tell her.
Yeah.
Just the Romulan is working there, just like he should not be on the ship.
She's
if she
right.
wants, excuse me, sub-lieutenant, but Bajoran parents were separated from their children for decades under the occupation authority. If she wants to be next to her son, that is well within her right.
Oh God.
Oh.
Asa's just gonna shrug and be like, well, maybe he got nervous. I'll have to talk to him next time I see him about this. And if he was misbehaving, well, I'll explain that to him.
Perhaps you would ask his mother? That was what was
His
said?
mother is working on a very dangerous and focus-dependent surgery. I am not going to intrude her thoughts with her son.
I am involved in that,
I-
yes.
I did not see the young one exit your office, counselor.
Yeah, sure. He could have hid under the counter, but
Computer, location of. Pulls up file. Daba Taban.
I don't have a comm badge.
Well, you would have been given a little one maybe if you were being evacuated, but yeah, Daba Taban is not aboard the ship. Is the computer's response.
A ghost.
Kobuk can give me an insight plus science difficulty 1 to figure something out.
Mm-hmm.
You might not.
He might not. We'll see.
Oh, he just
Insight.
climbed out an airlock.
Climbed out an airlock.
What?
He's dead. Holy hell, Kobuk.
Yeah. Specialist Dabber, we hate to inform you this in the middle of an intense surgery. Your son is dead.
He decided he wanted to catch the evacuation a couple of days late, but didn't realize there were no ships in the airlock.
Oh no. Does Kobuk have a focus for this?
Oh, hell if I know. Hold on.
I don't think so.
Not
what even is this focus?
really.
Like child watching?
Yeah.
Starfleet protocol, security, AI.
All right.
Do not
I'm
call
rolling
Ryloth to hunt
to-
down a child.
If
Hunt
there was a
down a
Romulan on the
child.
ship,
Find a child.
Romulan trait,
He
like
will.
Made it.
With,
Kobuk made it.
parent or something.
Okay.
with all these
Kobuk, Kobuk realizes that when you ask the computer a question like that, the computer always defaults to look for the comm badge. But if you tell it scan for X thing, it will actively scan. Otherwise, it just looks for the comm badge. As far as the computer's concerned, the comm badge left the ship or isn't on the ship. So of course he's not here. But if you don't bother scanning for him, it won't scan for him.
Computer scan for Daba Taban.
This is reason plus. That thought just bled right out of my head. I forget what it is.
Science or security, right?
I want to say it's security. I'm looking.
Yeah, I think it's probably security.
If it's internal scanning, I believe it is security, yeah.
Yeah, because it's internal security. Answers the question right there.
I'm so sorry, counselor. I really should have stopped him when he came by the desk.
It's okay, Kobuk.
I thought
Sure.
it best to not apprehend one of your children.
Reason plus security, difficulty 2, assisted by sensors plus security.
Look, all children get into hijinks in their youth. You might as well do it in the climate-controlled, safe environment of a Federation starship and not in the swamps of Bejor.
Yeah. Kobuk's gonna spend 1 threat. Like, oh no, there's a missing kid now.
I mean, I believe the swamps were far more enjoyable than the camps.
All right, that's 5 hits.
Gain 3 momentum. He is currently in a Jeffries tube overlooking the surgery bay.
Counselor?
Oh, yeah, okay, kid, you're gonna go stalk the paranoid Romulan doctor. Oh.
I can see how this is a complicated surgery.
Yes, Kobuk, what is up? Have you located the child?
He's in a Jeffries tube overlooking the surgical bay.
By the grace of the prophets.
Oh, look, his leg came off.
I will fetch him. Please Please do not alert the surgery team. And I would like to enter into the Jeffries tube and crawl after him.
That's a result. There's something I'm going to resolve there. Taben, you can give me reason plus medicine. You're rolling to assist because someone's going to find you probably, and you might tell them what's going on. Actually, I'll treat it as creating an advantage. That makes more sense for this scenario. Reason plus medicine, difficulty 2.
Focus in physiology.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, Moses. Sorry.
And
Strong
there you
pod
go.
doesn't
So
help me
that's
now,
the-
but it'll help me in a
that's my
second when the
night.
overseer comes by.
Overseer.
Take
You're
a
not even old
momentum
enough
and
to know
2
the
threat.
Say again.
That makes it worse.
So take a momentum and 2 threat.
2/3 eye.
I mean, this is essentially what Asa was doing, like in the war. So, like, you know, she shouldn't be mad at me.
Asa isn't mad at him. Asa is happy that he's doing normal kid things. He just doesn't want you to interrupt the surgery and get the captain killed.
Doing the child thing, that's basically the ensign thing. So I get a momentum, and I get a second momentum, and you get a threat.
Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. Do.
Tavin, you know, puts his hand over his mouth and says, "Oh no, he did eat solid food."
My
God.
I like this.
Asa, you owe me fitness plus con or medicine, arguably. Difficulty of, let's call it 1.
So I realize if there is an explosion and there was the little Bajoran climbing around in the tubes, like, I'm gonna get stereotyped and blamed for it, right?
Yes.
Well, the Romulans will, but you know.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
there's
that's what I
3 of
figured.
them.
There's more Bajorans on the ship.
They'll win this war.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are plenty
No, we
of
just need to take the
Bajorans that can
10-year-old as a
advocate
hostage.
too. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, not
alright.
under my command.
It's going to be
Fitness,
guerrilla tactics
medicine.
against guerrilla warfare. Let's see who wins.
Military history.
Okay. I'm spending 1 threat.
Best
Okay.
thing you could have ever taught me.
Oh, God.
Oh god. Alright, I'm letting that stand.
Go for 1 second.
Oh, my God. Do not fall through the grate above pen.
You take 3. It's 3. Sorry. You take 2 stress as you're racing through you're crawling as quickly as you can through the Jeffries tube. Crawl, tonk. You bang your head off, as I'm like, oh, crawl.
No, wait. She should have banged up her knees to validate
that-
Banged-
Tabon.
Was
Bang
it
up her
loud?
knees. Yeah.
What, was
Ah.
the
Yeah,
bang
she
loud?
smashes her knee on like an exposed block. Ugh.
I'd say so. Yeah. You
I'm-
probably heard Asa curse, I imagine, because that probably hurt
Oh,
like the
it's-
Dickens.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
no,
try to
he's
scurry
over
into an
me
alcove
going
or
through the new
something.
Bren's shoulder.
Thralic said you must keep moving and not be spotted.
It worked for Caesar.
It's not
Yeah,
what
you,
Caesar did at all.
Yeah.
You heard Asa say a word that your mom is very insistent that you're not allowed to use.
Fitness con opposed at this point. As Asa, you can see Taben off in the distance, and then he immediately crawling for his life away from you.
It was the word spoon.
My fitness con is 8. I'm not catching this little kid. I don't even know why I tried.
Would you count this as attempting to resist being coerced or threatened?
No. Not yet.
Bajoran children, eat your vegetables. I have strong pa.
God.
Holy hell. Oh, God.
Winchester, I think this might be your best character ever.
Yeah.
Smarmy Bajoran child. Okay.
That was redundant. You just said Bajoran child.
Oh God. My fitness con is 8, and I'm gonna assume the small child has a higher fitness con. So
You're wrong.
oh, okay.
Oh wait, your total is an 8?
No, my total is an 8.
Oh no, yeah, this kid is like healthier than you. I got a 9 total.
Oh.
Wait, that's
You
what I
guys can
told
still
you.
duke it out.
Yeah, I told you needed to eat healthier.
God.
Have you ever seen
this
an
B
elderly
plot's
person
amazing.
try to keep up with a child that's like running around?
Easy to
I'm
have
gonna.
beef with a literal child.
If
Can
you
I?
can catch him, that's one thing, but you have to catch him first.
You can always
Do
shoot
it.
him with a phaser.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Oh my God! Ace has become the very thing she swore to destroy.
Tobin is looking around, like trying to avoid you, thinking this is what it must have been like to get from the Cardassians. In fact,
We've accidentally started a historical LARP. Okay, can I activate the value experience outweighs education on the grounds of this is a small
Yes.
child that I am a half century older than. He has to listen to me.
I'll take it on the basis that he may be running away from you in tight quarters, but you've done this before. You did bang your knee, but whatever. Normally, bushes gave way. Duranium does not.
On that
Ding!
note-
Ow, damn it.
On that note, he just learned from Thralik about this stuff. She's done it
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, that
Experience
too.
based education.
Yeah,
It's
but
true.
that
Put it
was
to the
also,
test.
that was also decades ago, and she's not, in practice or shape anymore. All right,
She did
one
it like
momentum.
last week in the holodeck. What are you on about?
That is true. That is fair. All right, one momentum, 2 threat.
2 threat eye.
Last week was decades ago. Don't worry. The
Go,
court
little
doesn't melt
child,
down that
go.
often.
Do not say that. You will upset the fucking Vulcan security cadet that's already got a problem with time travel.
I will spend just 1 momentum.
Okay.
How is it that the counselor is more Rambo than the security officer?
Because we haven't been boarded yet?
Yeah.
Are you like grabbing Saban?
Yes, my goal is to get up to the small child and stop him. Devon, stop. You're breaking so many rules. Just, can we talk this out?
Throlic did stress the importance of trust and mutual understanding, how that was the thing that went wrong.
Yeah, Tobin will stop, but he'll say, I just wanted to see the surgery.
I understand, Tobin, but what you're doing right now can disturb the surgery. I can get you access to view the results of the surgery, but you have to promise to behave and not cause problems in the medical ward. The rules are here so that everyone stays safe and healthy.
All right.
All right, now
This
come with me.
was fun though. It was like the stories of the brave heroes of the resistance running from those, and then I'll use that word you used, occupiers.
You see, like, her hands go over her mouth, and she says, "Oh God."
The word
Meanwhile,
is spoon.
in surgery,
Taven, I will give you the biggest ice cream sundae the replicator will make if you never use that word in front of your mother.
Yeah. So I'm gonna claw back some of that work.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I was supposed to say the thing.
You have it, unfortunately.
This is your fault, as
What's my fault?
you stopped me from saying the thing that's gonna keep Koval and Daba from getting killed.
Oh no.
So how much work did you just take back?
I'm sorry, I just want to know who let fucking Motley loose in the surgery.
Oh god.
You took back
I took back some work and upped the diff.
and the resistance? No, the resistance.
Resistance stays at 3
works
because
okay.
of
Yep.
because you have such a good crew and stuff.
Yep.
So I will add a complication increase, not through threat, just because in the surgery bay there's a noise happening above you. It's like, the hell is that?
You hear like a loud thud and like the distant muttered sounds of Bajoran swearing.
Just like a ping on one of the surgery computers, like, do not worry. There is a child in the vents.
These messages conflict.
Oh no, it's good because I have paranoia, so you know.
It makes sense for Talora to say that to Kaval, knowing that Romulans are Romulans. It's like, oh,
Yes.
I'm taking the uncertainty away for you. You're welcome.
It's just a child. Don't worry about it. We're not under
Yeah,
attack
exactly.
or anything.
It's a child. Even if it were to attack, it would be able to do limited harm.
So,
Ankle biters, a lot of them.
This is why you kick. That's how you know I got her, is she said my name instead of my character name. I mean, again, that's a different character's name, but she also refuses to call me by my real name. It apparently does not fit at all.
I mean, I've called you your real name before. You didn't like it.
You also pronounced it with a fucking J.
No, that was Mac.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, control medicine. What's my character again? Oh god. Hang on.
Kaval?
I'll give you a hint. Starts with a K.
No, it starts with a T. Come on.
It technically does.
Technically.
Yeah.
Well,
I
there
mean,
you go.
technically, if you want to go for
Trick question.
the full name, it
You
starts with
passed.
an I.
Does it? Oh yeah, no, you should, yeah, girl. Yeah, no, it starts with an I. It's Rylos, but it starts with a K.
Yeah. It's not confusing at all. Let's see. So the comp is up?
Yeah. Because there's someone thumping above your heads for a bit. Kind of distracting. You now know what that thumping is, so that's comforting, but still it's distracting. In a surgery where every little move... Thankfully, he's on a biobed, and he's in a pressor field, so he ain't going anywhere. This ship can be shot by torpedoes. Unless you lose power, he ain't going anywhere.
Well, don't say that.
There yet.
So yeah, surgery. Oh god. Take a threat.
Certainly.
Reroll. I don't think I have anything else left.
Don't you have your 2 determinations?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if I should save that for if I fail, though.
Well, You could spend one now and one for the reroll.
That's true. I'll have to spend more to get that extra. But yeah.
Just one more.
Spend that momentum and spend towards the directive of healing pinned. Also,
Yep.
triages by rank.
True. Yep. But imagine you're spending for directive for the rep.
Yeah. But if that didn't qualify, don't get much higher rank than the captain.
Yes. Well, I mean, admiral.
There's not an admiral on the ship, as far as I know.
Fair. Could be a time admiral on here. You never know.
Grannon,
I like how you have to say as far as you know in this game.
Yeah. Oopsie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All the assists.
All the assists.
Oh right, yes.
Was it control or insight for the science people?
Insight.
Hey, look, it wasn't a 14 this time.
Oh my god, you guys.
That was actually just
Wow.
telling you it was a child in the event that helped.
Yeah, those 2 assists are just straight nat ones.
I think we both were like, we don't want the nanites doing more of whatever the fuck that was last time, so no.
So that's like 7 momentum generated.
Oh wait,
All
also
told?
we need a roll from Dava, so
Dava, yeah.
I'll grab that real quick.
Non-complication.
She also going to control medicine
She's
here,
going
I'm
to control
guessing?
medicine because she's helping with the...
Yeah.
8 momentum.
Hey.
You owe me 7 challenge dice, Doctor.
Oh wait, hang on.
Hanging on.
Hanging.
Barter.
Damn it.
That's not how you do the prayer.
You need to listen to more of Ainsley's fucking chant that he does.
Yeah.
Want to spend one to reroll?
Yeah.
I probably butchered saying that name too, but hey.
Oops,
What,
that's not what I
Ainsley?
wanted. Ignore that.
I am.
Yeah, I think we need the challenge dice.
That's better.
So that's 4, 5, 6. Sorry, that's 6 after resist.
9 in total.
9 in total, yep. 9 raw, yep.
So you could just pierce twice and I think we're done.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't do that, can I say the thing?
If 2 momentum is spent, you could say something rather drastic to Aza.
Yeah, I'll spend the 2 momentum.
So you guys are walking through the hallway.
We float, by the way, I think.
Yeah, we'll spend the 2 for piercing anyway.
2 for the piercing. What does Tabin say to Aza as you're walking toward a replicator somewhere in the halls, I imagine?
You should look at this scan. If they shut the valve inside him with the little computers, it'll all blow up. But they're not gonna do that, right? So.
What? Like I'm picturing like she's like pressing buttons and being like, "Oh, what kind of sundae do you want?" And then she just like blow up.
I'll show you the my first medical scanner, and you'll see the spot where it says little computers explode.
The Fisher Price like giant
Yeah.
plastic. Oh my god, she's gonna like.
It also has a second function. If you pull the dial, it'll tell you what all kinds of Bajoran animals say.
Oh my god. I'm totally picturing the gif of the guy reading the book and growing more and more shocked with every line he reads. That's definitely her. Like she's like, oh, what is he talking about? Oh shit, does this actually make sense? Um, and then she's going to, upon seeing this, begin running into the surgery room to try to stop them.
Fitness plus con medicine. Medicine. Difficulty of 0. You do want to have at least 1-2 momentum to spend to get it in there.
Because
Um,
Az is going to be totally focused on solving this problem, can I also run? Because they'll probably forget I'm there.
Like, just run away.
No, run with her.
You could.
See
you
the
could assist, I
surgery.
suppose.
Yeah.
there's like a half-formed ice cream sundae that some ensign's gonna
Basically,
find it and make his day.
All of my recent ancestors have survived explosions, right? So I can do it.
Oh my god.
Your
okay,
ancestors?
Cadet Visan happens across the Sunday. Oh yeah, everything's coming up Visan.
Oh my.
the Sunday.
Hey.
Can I re-roll for veteran from the previous one?
You should go ahead, yeah.
Thank you.
You have to say the word.
No barter.
Farther giveth, farther taketh away.
See, this is what he said. He meant when he said you don't have a strong paw. You don't have faith.
You were not like Oda the other day, where he got it like twice, 3 times. He was blessed.
Friggin-
I've seen Oda on like a 4 chain, I think.
I will
Unfortunately, COVID
not
can see
be
me get 5%.
lectured in worship of the paw by a small child.
I think it's exactly what's happening, Aza.
Okay.
So yeah,
God.
fitness,
Okay.
medicine, difficulties.
It's about time Asa
Yeah.
sworn in
Well,
the
I mean, if you just
Will
if you just
take,
roll, you have enough momentum.
Will,
Yeah.
will you take a focus in military history? Because I remember that battle Thralic
No,
talked about where they had to
no.
run for like.
Take it.
No.
That battle where they had to run.
Yeah, it's like marathon, right? The battle, or like Isuliwanda. You can run 25 miles and fight a battle.
You can roll to assist by with fitness medicine. You might generate some momentum as you're racing with Asa. Much to Kobuk's confusion. Well, I mean, he follows.
No, you see, her knees are weak, so like halfway through, she like crimps and has to stop, and then you can help her back up and keep running. No, she's gonna burst into the room. Good.
An alarm goes off as all the surgeons look at the door that opened, and it's like there's a couple nurses shouting at Asa, "This is a surgery room. What are you doing, counselor?"
Hey, everyone, stop! And I'm gonna hit the button to try to
actively like working on Pint.
Everyone, please stop! You're at risk of exploding the entire room, and I want to like hit the buttons to upload the data from the Fisher-Price pad onto like their pads.
2 momentum, technically.
Fisher-Price pad.
I don't. Will you take that for threat?
Oh no, they had enough. You had like 4. You had 4 momentum.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. So yeah, you see that data come up on one of the secondary displays, Koval. That it looks like the nanohive is you guys weren't looking for it because you were worried about stiletto nanites like melting his brain or something, or attack, or the nanites somehow getting to you. But there's something building, just a tiny charge that the nanohive's has built, kind of in a weird spot to kind of make specifically so you couldn't see it while you were doing surgery. So if you had shut that thing off like you wanted, that would have lost power. That would be the trigger for the bomb, and the thing would turn the nanohive into a shrapnel bomb. So
Inside his chest. Good, great.
well, the problem is he would be, a meat bomb. So I'll leave that alone. And you're all in the room. So you can shut the nanohive off. You did succeed. However, you now have a different problem.
Disarm the bomb.
Yeah.
And secondary infection, right?
I mean, yeah, probably. Well, no, the pressure field's on.
Are you actually about to call? Oh.
Oh, I will slowly put away the ice cream cone.
Cole and Kino, let's have EOD. Be great.
That would be great.
And at this stage, Asa is just going to be like, I'm so sorry. And then she's to like begin to try to come up with an explanation, but in the process, step backwards. The door's going to close on her. And
Wait. Was that Tabin? Wait. Hey.
Caval's gonna order all non-essential personnel out of the room. So any of the additional people she had helping her.
Do you actually call for EOD?
It's a medical problem, right?
I mean, a bomb is not medical.
It's a medical bomb.
When
Well,
it
to
goes
solve
off,
this,
it's medical.
it's a medical thing to solve.
We don't have the crew support zone, no.
Oh, we don't have
No.
crew support? I don't know.
Rexa says, Tabin, follow me now. And she grabs you by the ear and starts hauling you out of the room.
I mean, is that or Cole
No,
Riley?
no.
Because he can also do it.
oh my God, specialist, please understands that without Tabin, you all could have exploded. He was the one who figured this out.
I'm getting my child to safety. Make your choice, counselor. Stay here or not. I don't care.
It'll
No,
be fine. This is just like what they did in Shikar.
Nurse, you have to get back here. Nurse, there's a surgery go.
Right, Captain Schmapton when the kid's in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rexa just straight up just ignored orders and just like, nope, grab my kid, we're leaving. Getting away from the bomb.
All right. Well, the specialist left. You stay. Everybody else out. She just picks one.
Does that mean I have to scrub in, or is there someone else you can do this?
GM,
Yeah.
Give me a call.
is there a cost for a new medical department, please?
Rude.
I mean, a good majority of it seems questionable at best.
Hey, they
All
did
right.
the medical part.
All right.
There's
All
one
right. I
expected.
guess.
Good thing is you have someone that specializes in disaster medicine,
An explosive in the
And
chest
is
of a disaster, yeah.
and
You've also got
is
the two
decent at
people
technology
outside.
and has a roboticist and a scientist behind her. So
Should I stay or I don't know. I don't exactly know what's going on.
It seems unlikely it would be that large of an explosion.
Oh, okay. Type.
Okay. It is midnight, so I guess we should probably focus on what we should finish now before we run out of time.
The bomb, yes.
Yes,
Yep.
that's.
I mean, please, it's nearly 5 AM and I don't want to be dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This is the final test. I was trying to get to this bit. Control. Actually, frankly, it's control still. Control plus security.
I told you.
Up-
That's why I
Opposed.
said Cole Rylov.
Oppose. Okay. Koval, what's your control security?
my control security is a 12.
Mine is a 13.
Still can.
What about the two people in the testing suite?
Talora is 12. You have a chief of security that is not doing anything right now.
Okay. Can
Sorry,
I call in?
misunderstood because I thought you were telling me to call secondary.
No.
Well, initially, but
Of
then we
course,
realized
I would have called in the bomb. That's why I made everybody leave.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I assume that there's like a button
There's
for a bomb
button
threat.
for a bomb, yeah.
A bomb button.
You would just
Bomb
call it
button, you know.
computer security
not that
alert
bomb
in
button.
surgery. Bomb, note to bomb threat, and then chief of security would get a ping on their console or on their combat if they're walking around.
Yeah. which is technically just shows up with a bunch of guys because that's vertical, but they're not able to actually do anything. So hey,
Yeah. Well, actually, the funny thing, yeah, that's your special ability as
Yeah.
chief of security. You bring an EOD team with you.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
like, what are we doing? Just put a blast shield in front of someone so if it goes off, I think the captain dies.
Like a freaking
It's not even a surgical
hospital
suit.
drama
It's not even a surgical suit. It's just a bomb suit.
episode.
Okay.
That looks like a lot of gear. Anyway.
Okay. Oh. Why?
Somebody really wants to kill the captain.
The
In
universe.
a really roundabout way.
You would think simply using the explosive in the first place would be sufficient.
Clearly, it was supposed to be doing something else, and we interrupted.
Yeah. Well, you can't sit around and wait for help. Because there's probably someone more qualified, but
Working together.
that or simply, I'll do anything for the one I trust, and that's Cabal.
I mean, you could probably get.
And that means sticking my hand in the chest of a fucking bomb.
Yep,
You
either of those would work.
better friggin' scrub up, buddy.
You could
Putting on gloves.
You could probably get Directive 2.
Yeah, I mean, I've already got Directive, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I am paranoid.
You know,
Gives you a
guys,
free hit in this case.
if we don't explode and meet the prophets, there's a round of Hasperat and Majora Nail on me.
For everyone?
Still not entirely sure what Hasperat
You're
is.
not there. Get away,
The
kid.
child from the doorway.
The child comes back.
Can I come back? No. Hey, I'm here again. Stop.
Constantly watching for detecting danger or hidden enemies.
Oh, that train has gone by.
Well, more for if there's anything additional while disabling this damn thing.
No.
Okay.
You're just...
That was just the precautionary. If there's anything else, let me know. I have a paranoia focus.
That would apply, yeah.
I also have survival, but that's not necessarily applying here. That would just be leaving.
Yeah. What does survival tell me to do? Leave. Those walls of duranium will contain the blast.
Control security, I'll give you a threat name momentum.
Okay.
What was the difficulty again?
Opposed.
Oh, it's opposed. Haha. Yeah, 8th threat name momentum. We'll leave you like that. Because I know what I'm doing. I swear. 6.
1 second.
7, technically. 8.
2. But they're nanites.
I was entirely forgetting that paranoia and the team were helping. So hey,
Yeah.
we just replaced medical with security, and it's like, wait, what? It went from blue to yellow very quickly.
And Pend, no, you're able to disarm the bomb and safely dismantle the nanohive. Or remove the nanohive, I should say. Better way to put it.
Some advantages here, advantages that this thing is relatively intact while disabled.
Sure.
As in, plenty.
We can study it.
Yes, plenty easy to study, or easier to study than it would have been if it was self-destructing right now.
Yeah, you're able to recover the nanobomb. You tell it, mission not complete, diagnostic mode. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the hive? Question mark.
The hive. This is medical discretion. They succeeded at the medical test. The only thing that prevented them from completely shutting it off was because they were warned it was a bomb.
Okay, I wasn't sure if the bomb was attached to the hive or not.
It was, but you're able to kind of remove it. It kind of built a little nanobomb on it, and you're able to go, oh well.
Oh, okay.
I can disarm the bomb on its own because it's not the hive that was going to blow up. It was the little charge that was going to do it.
Okay. Okay, very nice. Yeah, we didn't accidentally contaminate Pend.
And with all that will be the end of part 1.